Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to a brand new episode of Wednesday Night Kiki. I'm your host, Chris Avalon. And yes, I don't know how long, but because this show goes on for as long as it does. But yeah, we're going to bring you the latest in celebrity news and hot topics, all the things that's been going on throughout the week. Well, it's half of the week. So, all the latest burgeoning stories, including we're going to do our breakdown of the Golden Globes and my problematic issues that I have with them, because they've just been blowing mine, especially hearing about the fact that no black people are on the committee in regards to voting. So we're going to talk about that. We got a lot of stuff, including some stuff about James Charles. He's been accused of grooming young men and for sex and all kinds of other stuff. So we're going to break that down and talk about it because the children are talking and it's getting serious. Yeah, so we have that, a whole lot more. And plus, Eddie Murphy is revealing that in the original Coming to America, they were forced by Paramount to hire a white comedian to be in the film because I guess when it's too black, people can't handle it. So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. Plus, we also have trending stories, and we have a new game we're going to be playing called Influencer versus the Influence. So I know y'all probably been paying attention, or maybe you haven't, but on social media, there's just been this thing floating around where they have one person who has influenced many people, which is some are saying it's facts of facts. A lot of people are saying this is some controversial BS and you must be stopped. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to debate it and see whether or not it's factual, whether or not if it's factual or not, and see where people fall on the spectrum of the situation. So without further ado, before we get to all of that, and I'll bring EJ in, there's some breaking news and some things that have been coming out that I want to talk about as well. Some fast-hitting news. So one of my favorite artists, besides Madonna, is Janet Jackson. Now, Madonna has, the documentary coming out in regards of, the Madame X tour and all that other stuff. She also, so in regards to that, Janet Jackson also has something coming out that I just found out. She's going to Lifetime, and there's going to be a documentary in regards of with her. I thought it was going to go on Netflix or something, because I remember hearing something or another about Janet doing a documentary, and I thought it was going to end up on Netflix or something, but apparently it's going to Lifetime. So it's going to be coming out next year. And they said the doc has been, they've been filming this for 3 years. Because I remember hearing some rumblings about Janet doing a documentary. This was shortly after, her divorce and having the baby and all that other stuff. So what they're saying is the documentary will detail Janet's return to the world stage following a sudden break from music. Speaking like never before, Janet also discusses everything, including her Super Bowl appearance with Justin Timberlake in 2004, the death of her brother Michael, and becoming a mother later in life. And with her own relationship having broken down, she starts to look back at her own life and reflect on her fight to the top. So the people who are producing this is Janet and Randy Jackson. Now, I'm sure it's not her brother. I'm sure it's Randy Jackson from American Idol who's producing this, because Randy Jackson, like, what money he got to be producing anything? The other Randy Jackson, as in sibling Jackson. Now, the project, which will arrive on the 40th anniversary year of her debut album, will air on both Lifetime and A&E, two of the flagship channels of the A&E network's portfolio. Now, this story comes courtesy of That Grape Juice. So I have to say, I'm here for it. Like, I love Janet Jackson. Janet Jackson is someone who was a huge influence in music. Now, I know the funny thing was when I was talking about influencer versus influence, and there was this whole debate about Madonna and who she's influenced. A lot of people was trying to put Janet in the same category. For the most part, it is true. Janet is a huge influence in the music industry and pop culture. Many of girls have been influenced by Janet Jackson. Ciara's been influenced by Janet Jackson. Britney Spears has been influenced by Janet Jackson. J-Lo has been influenced by Janet Jackson. Hell, she used to dance backup for her and premiered it in a few of her videos. So there have been many girls who have come up that have followed the blueprint of Janet, but they've also followed the blueprint of Madonna. I do believe, and I know this might be controversial, Madonna is the bigger star than Janet. Janet should be up there equally with her, but it's Madonna, it's Michael, and it's Prince. Those are the triple trifecta of icons in the world in which people set the standard. Many people either look at Prince, Michael, and Madonna. Madonna's the only one that's alive. The other two are dead. No shade, but just saying. The other two are dead. So she's the only one left that people have the pinnacle looking up to. I love Janet. Janet is a huge icon and has inspired so many, but since the whole Super Bowl thing, her career has suffered greatly. And it's unfortunate because we've had the whole conversation about Justin and how his career has managed to thrive while hers managed to decline. And it's unfortunate that she had to take that hit and wasn't able to bounce back. But she slowly started to come back, especially when she did the State of the World tour and all these the two tours that she had came out with that you can find on YouTube, because that's how I was watching. Um, and yeah, so I'm excited about this because I think like people really need to see. Jenna needs that comeback. She needs that album that's going to put her back on top. And I'm sure like with this documentary, it'll definitely happen. So I'm looking forward to it. And I'm definitely looking forward to hearing her thoughts on this whole Justin Timberlake situation, because they say she's going to address the Super Bowl situation and how she feels on that. So Justin can apologize to the cows come home in regards of, when people are coming for him over his comments and how he basically thrived in his career while Janet basically suffered, and he was able to do the Super Bowl halftime on his own while she was never asked to come back. Meanwhile, Les Moonves, who was running CBS at the time, was out here having sex with women behind his wife's back and sexually harassing people. And yeah, he had to take a step down, but it goes to show the type of hypocrite he is. So, like I said, I'm definitely looking forward to this whole documentary. And I'm really hoping that no stone is left unturned, because that's what they said. They said there's no stone is going to be left unturned. I'm looking forward to seeing how this all turns out when it happens. So now another icon who, came and told her life story is none other than my girl, Mariah Carey. So, she came out with the memoir, The Meaning of Mariah Carey, and it was a bestseller. I absolutely loved the book. She left no stone left. No stone was left unturned in her life as well. And it gave us a insight into her life growing up as a biracial girl, and the rejection she received from a lot of her family, and the jealousy of her brother and her sister, and the things that she accused her sister of doing, and all this other stuff. So, when we talked about couple of weeks ago, I don't remember what it was on. It could have been on Wednesday Night Kiki, could have been on The Line, could have been on my podcast. I have so many shows that I do, sometimes I can't keep track of everything. However, semicolon, I did bring up that her sister Allison filed a lawsuit against her because Mariah made some allegations. She's allegedly stated, well, she said it, but I'm going to say alleged, because you ain't trying to come for me, bitch. She stated that her sister, when she was 12 years old, drugged her and tried to pass her off, to a pimp or something or another. She made a couple of disparaging allegations against her sister, who has a series of, drug abuse throughout her life. She's also, I think she has AIDS, or as I like to call, the high five. So so Allison is suing her. But now comes word that her brother Morgan is suing her as well. So according to TMZ, Morgan has taken issue with his depiction as being violent in Mimi's New York Times bestselling memoir, The Meaning of Mariah Carey. He is claiming his famous sis has damaged his reputation. First of all, I don't know how you're going to damage a reputation when, in the words of your sister, we don't know you. So what reputation? Anyway, so she says his suit cites an excerpt from the book, which read, "It took 12 cops to pull my brother and father apart. The big bodies of men, all entangled like a swirling hurricane, crashed loudly into the living room. I was a little girl with very few memories of a big brother who protected me. More often, I felt like I had to protect myself from him. And sometimes I would find myself protecting my mother from him too." So he doesn't like the fact that he's been depicted as a guy who has a series of violence, that has put his hands on his mother, that has had violent altercations with people. I also think there was a scene in the book where, if I remember correctly, that there was a violent altercation between him and her uncle or whatever, that there was a stabbing that happened in the apartment. Oh, wait, no, that was the uncle was cheating. And then the boyfriend found out and came to the apartment and stabbed him. And she was basically in the bathroom trying to, stop the bleeding and all this stuff, and he lived and all this other stuff. There's a lot of craziness that's in this book that y'all definitely need to check out. If you haven't read it, or if you're not a reader, you can definitely listen to it. So Morgan is presented as allegedly attacking the mother and says, suddenly there was a loud, sharp noise like an actual gunshot. My brother had pushed my mother with such force that her body slammed into the wall, making a loud crackling sound. Morgan said that the fight with their father never occurred and that his sister was only a child. He also paints his relationship with their mom as positive, something he claims others can attest to. Well, who are these people? So if you're filing this suit against your sister, then I think you need to present these receipts in court. Um, but and we have no idea what the damages are, like how much he's asking for. But Allison is asking for 1.25 million. Um, and I don't know how much he's asking for, but it'll be interesting to see like how much money he wants. And to me, it just seems like this is some cash grab. He's upset over the way he's being perceived in this book. And you could be upset, but my thing is, if I have issues with my sibling and I'm telling my side of the story, if you want to sue me, okay, take me to court. Good luck trying to pull that money together. And all that goes. So I have nothing else to say on this. I'm just going to keep abreast of this story as it develops, and we'll just see how that all works out. Now, another story that I want to get to is there's some major changings happening within the music industry. So now I know like maybe some of you may or may not be aware, but Facebook is now showing music videos. I don't know if you've been noticing that. I have been retweeting or not retweeting, I'm not on Twitter with that, reposting some videos from some of my favorite artists. Like I remember the other day I saw NSYNC's I Want You Back video, which, oh my God, that video is so cheesy, but I just love the song and the choreography of it. I have never, like when I revisited that video maybe last week, I have never seen Joey Fatone dance so hard in a video that he dances in that damn video. But nevertheless, now comes word that because, I guess they're trying to follow up or Facebook trying to be the next YouTube, because we all know there's nothing original that comes to Facebook. They basically try to steal from everybody. They're trying to steal from Instagram. They try to steal from Snapchat. They're trying to steal from TikTok. They're trying to just pull all those different ideas and bring it into their own shit. I guess apparently Mark Zuckerberg ain't got enough goddamn money flowing through his freaking hands, because now he's trying to copy and with this next move. So now they're trying to count streaming as part of Facebook. So now they're saying Billboard is announcing a major shakeup. Says the music body has revealed that it will begin factoring in Facebook music videos to its charts. So beginning on March 12th and reflecting in the chart dated March 27th, licensed music video views accrued from the social media site will impact where songs place on the Billboard Hot 100 and Billboard 200 other charts. They're saying only licensed music video views will count. Views from user-generated videos will not. So Facebook videos will be included among on-demand video totals. The move forms part of a measured effort by Billboard to reflect the streaming is continued to have on the industry, having first incorporated video views into the singles chart equation in February 2013. So what does this mean? You got to be attached to a major label or whatever in order to get them to count. So you have to be big and famous. So you got to be Selena Gomez or somebody in order to get some kind of acknowledgement. So independent artists aren't included in this. This is something that I'm curious about. But yeah, so now, like I said, they're trying to copy off of YouTube. I just think, we'll see how this all reshapes the charts. We'll see if this whole gimmick actually works. But I just think it's a stupid ass idea. And whatever, Facebook. Like, y'all tried it and it's going to fail like everything else. So now, the last topic I want to get to before we wrap up and we bring in EJ. And then, of course, we have Delvon coming back where he's going to talk fashion news. Because we're going to bring up some pictures and we're going to give our opinion on it. Let's talk about AMC. So I don't know, maybe some of y'all are aware, but a lot of you who follow me on Facebook and stuff, I have a lot of friends from Facebook and whatever, who I worked with at AMC. I used to work for the company, so I want to talk about this. One of the things that's irritated me about AMC is that, first of all, the HR department, everything else is a hot mess. But now comes word, because their theaters, I think, are about to open this week. They're giving their corporate associates and their CEO, Adam Aaron, basically they're getting bonuses. Meanwhile, the theaters is in the toilet. movie theater's about to open, but you can't even get concessions when the movie theater's open. So basically, I just got to go sit down, spend a whole bunch of money to watch a movie, and I ain't gonna have no concessions. Well, this is the time for y'all to sneak snacks into your purses, like my grandmother used to do. She used to put fried chicken in her purse. She used to give, have the little chips and all kinds of other stuff. And when we used to go to movies, we used to have our little snacks. We used to eat it. So this is the time where y'all could do that because apparently, and the weird part is you make your money from your concessions. So I find it bizarre that y'all are struggling. You're talking about movie theaters in certain places, especially in New York, but y'all got 3.0 because effort navigating COVID. How the fuck did they navigate COVID? So they're basically saying Aaron will receive 3.75 million. Chief Financial Officer Sean Goodman will receive $507,500. John McDonald, EVP U.S. Canada Operations, will receive $194,550. Elizabeth Frank, VP of Worldwide Programming and Chief Content Officer, will receive $180,650. And Stephen Colanero, EVP CMO, will receive $173,875. Meanwhile, what is happening? Oh, they said the bonus are to recognize the extraordinary efforts of employees to maintain the company's business and preserve stockholder value during the COVID-19 pandemic, encouraging continued engagement and retention and incentivize our management and employees. But I don't even understand what all that fucking means. All I know is I have friends that are still out of work, that are uncertain about whether or not they're coming back. There are people who are taking demotions. This is something they're not talking about. Like, so if you start out as a GM, they want you to go back being a supervisor. Or if you're a manager, they want you to go back as like, excuse you, so I got to take a pay cut. But meanwhile, you're giving these motherfuckers thousands of dollars in bonuses and $1 million in bonuses, but you can't pay your employees who've been struggling and have been furloughed for a year. That makes no sense to me. So, and then didn't they just have their hands out like they was Oliver and fucking Oliver trying to get some more purge? Please, man, that's more money. Like we running low on bills. We don't have money to keep our our theaters open and all this other stuff. So now you're crying broke. You don't have the money to pay the rent to keep these theaters going, but y'all got the money to pay these people bonuses. Make it make sense. And this is exactly why a lot of people aren't interested in going to the movies anymore, or will rather wait until it ends up as a torrent, or it ends up on a streaming service, or it ends up on demand 3 months later because of the way the theaters are on a rollout and the way they treat a lot of the movie goers, people who actually love going to a theater. To me, these executives, I feel like y'all have missed the point. You don't know what you're doing. And this is exactly one of the reasons why it's going down in the toilet. So my point is this, fuck AMC. I'm not even supporting you bitches anymore. Now, if I have friends who still have jobs with AMC and y'all want to slide me up in there without having to pay a ticket, I will support you. But for the most part, if it comes down to it, I'll go to Regal or I'll go somewhere else. I don't know if I'm going to go to Alamo Drafthouse because the word just came out that they're filing for bankruptcy. So I don't know what's going to happen with them and all this other good stuff. But I'll keep abreast of this story as it develops. It's unfortunate that AMC, who is like one of the biggest theaters in the United States, is pretty much tone deaf in this whole situation. And it's just, y'all got money to give bonuses, but y'all don't have money to support your minimum wage workers and the people that are really putting the blood, sweat, and tears in trying to keep these theaters. Well, it ain't Aaron fucking Aaron. It's a lot of these people, or Adam freaking Aaron. It's these, the GMs and the film crew and all these people that have to deal with a lot of these annoying ass goddamn guests who go in there who are messy, breaking down the fights, coming in drunk, domestic situations. Honey, I worked in AMC, so I know everything. People fucking in the bathrooms or in the goddamn theater, people masturbating in the chairs during a children's film. Yeah, let's talk about it. The bed bugs. There's a lot of different things that's going on with the issues of the theaters and working in the theater, dealing with all these crazy, trying to kick homeless people out, kids sneaking into the theaters as groups. And, the one in Times Square, there's a way you can sneak up in the damn theater, turn the escalator off, run up the damn escalator. There shit I, as a member and person who worked there, had to deal with. So all the other headaches, y'all give it, but y'all got money to give to this motherfucker. What's he dealing with? Whatever. Anyway, so I'll keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops, because I could go on for hours ranting about the shitty way that AMC does their business. But I don't have time for that because we got a lot to talk about. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take a little break. And then when we come back, we'll bring in EJ and we'll talk about the Golden Globes. And we'll bring on Delvon to talk the fashions and things of that nature. So don't go away. We shall return with more Wednesday Night Kiki.
This is for faggots.
So she's alleging that she says Maluma fell very much in love with Jennifer Lopez, saying that he's drawn to her because she's a 51-year-old woman. Does she remind him of his mother of some sort? Because, J-Lo was that age. Not only that, but Moni claims Lopez is just as into Maluma. In fact, they're having a secret affair. I really see that they've had a sexual relationship, adding that the pair talks about their deep love for one another all the time on the phone and on WhatsApp. Okay, girl. But she didn't stop there. Moni also alleged that in addition to being obsessed with J-Lo, Maluma is also sexually attracted to both men and loved about. Look, we are back. I guess it's the part where we're going. Are we going into trending stories right now, or are we just going to bring Delvon in? I mean, well, actually, let's make an executive decision. Let's do the Golden Globes and the whole situation right upon now, because we could just get that out of the way. We could bring trending stories up after. So, without further ado, let me bring in Mr. EJ Parker and Delvon. You there, girl? You in danger. Yeah, because remember last week, child. She's late. Oh, much better.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi. EJ, where was you at on the subway?
Well,
she was hiding.
I had to hop on here. I'm here.
Yeah, so we had so much fun last week. We had to bring Delvon back, especially, when we was talking about B-Boy Blues. Did you find out the latest on that, or she ain't text you?
Hold on. Well, I did get a chance to speak to Samson.
Oh,
wait a minute. Hold on. Girl, full screen.
He was kind of invasive. I'm gonna do I told you guys last week I'm doing this writing project for Diva Dynasty magazine, and I'm going to do a write up on him. But I asked him like some questions about what was going on with the B-Boy Blues situation or whatever, and he kind of blamed it on James L. Hardy.
Bring that split screen back, child. Bring it back. Bring it back.
Oh,
Thank you. Because wait a minute, didn't we, EJ? Didn't we have a conversation when we were first trying to break it on down? Didn't we imply that it might have been James Earl Hardy that was behind this whole situation, and the fact that we ain't talking about this on the live, but since we here, and we brought it up, and because you said that Miss James did some tick tick boom situations with her too. So you said
he's a little older now. He's a little older, so
yeah. So you said, because it's easy to blame things on Jussie Smollett because of what he's going through at the moment. It's easy for everybody to automatically assume because all the allegations against him. But I'm like, people need to realize Jussie is the director of the film. He isn't the creator of B-Boy Blues. So it could have been that we don't know how much what's the word? We don't know how much input that James has in this film. He could probably have, he probably oversees everything. Maybe he has final approval. He could be like the gay black J.K. Rowling, monster transphobia. He could probably have all of that, that much power over the book being made into a movie.
What's funny about that, what you said, is I did also ask them, because from the clips that I saw of B-Boy Blues, like the previews or whatever they were putting out, it looked very dated. So I asked Samson, I said, well, what's the setting of the movie? Is it now? Like, is it current in 2021, or is it back 90s? Because the wardrobe looked very dated. So
because the book takes place in the 90s. So I would assume that B-Boy Blues would be a 90s based movie, I would think.
No, according to Samson, it's in present day.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I found out who he was supposed to be.
It wasn't Pookie, right?
No, it wasn't Pookie. It was one of the friends.
I said that. I said it was one. He had to be playing one of. I mean, in between the Shade Fest, I did say that he was probably playing. He was probably playing one of his friends.
Yeah. He played because he was. Samson was in the play, so whoever Samson played in the play, he was supposed to play in the movie. That's what he told me. I forgot the guy's name. I'm trying to look for it now.
So he never said. So he never said exactly who. I mean, the reason why he was pushed out of the movie.
No, he just said that it was something that had to do with James' decision, and he he basically moved on, and now like he has this whole thing on Amazon Prime. And listen, I commend him. He's doing his thing. And I also didn't know he was in the 3B movie, the Carl Weber series movie. He told me that too, which I had no idea. So I mean, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I'm like, do your thing. It's another movie he's in. That I'm gonna see on his page, and I told him I would. BD. BD was the person that he was gonna portray in the movie. That's the person he was supposed to portray.
I remember VD in the book.
Yeah, and now he's doing a movie on Prime Video called Love the One You're With. Yeah, so he's doing that, and I mean, hey.
Well,
why was you laughing?
Because I'm sitting over here trying to figure out what to believe. I don't know if I should believe Miss McCormick, or should I believe Miss Swift right now? Because 2 people are crying out loud to highest heavens for some business legalities, something that clearly other people made decisions without your input. And now, week after, thankfully to Delvon, she got the follow up, but it's still, I'm still undecided on. I don't think James Earl Hardy would do that without a reason. And I do think Samson is trying to pull some emotional strings here. And if you hate Justy, you're on Samson's side. And even though he's saying it's James or Hardy, people believe what they want to believe. And I believe Samson is running with that because he did the same thing with my issue with him. I don't need to go in there. You guys can go back into the archives if you want.
He came on
the drama at, you talking about the drama at Alibi?
That place. And I think she is a stunt queen, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Well, he said his words were his biggest beef was with James or Hardy. He didn't keep his word. And then he said it's a lot. A lot.
Well, I'll say neither did she keep her word when I was at her show. So we can leave it there. So we wasted enough time on Samson. So with that being said, I think it's only best that we get to what happened this past weekend at the Golden Globes, the 78th annual Golden Globes, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching here on Wednesday Night Kiki. We got Delvon Johnson in the building here to go over the latest in fashion and all of that hot mess of an award show it was. Delvon, did you get to check it out?
Nope.
Me either. I'll say me neither. The only thing
I can't get with the virtual thing. Like interviews and stuff is enough for me. So to have to watch all of this, and it's just not the same. I never was really a big awards watcher anyway from the beginning. I would just kind of thumb through who was wearing what, who was most important wearing what, and keep it moving. So I did my little research, and I saw who's wearing what. Everything was very gownish, and that's it. The most part. I mean, it wasn't that much excitement for me. The more excitement for me was the fact that Adra got the award for the Billie Holiday movie. That was fantastic. And I also learned that Whoopi Goldberg was not the first Golden Globe Award winner. It was Diana Ross.
Look at that.
Oh, so you want to know something? I'm glad you brought that up because I saw that it was circulating that people were saying that Andra Day was the first black woman. I said, wait a minute. They mentioned it was Whoopi. So Andra makes the third black woman to win Best Actress or whatever their category is. The first was Diana, then it was Whoopi, and then it was
Adra. So apparently Whoopi because they were saying, Whoopi was the first. Whoopi was one of you, and she corrected them and said no. Actually, it was Diana, but ironically, Lady Sings the Blues, and it was called something different back then, but it was like breakout actress, something here or another, and it was Diana Ross that actually was the very first person to get a Golden Globe. Then came Whoopi, and now Adra.
Okay, well, congratulations to her, because who was it?
40 years, 3 black women, okay.
Yeah, because they had Best Performance by an Actress in a Motion Picture drama went to Andra Day for the United States versus Billie Holiday, and Best Performance by an Actor in a Motion Picture drama was Chadwick Boseman from Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. If y'all want to see the rest of the list, if y'all care, y'all can go online and do the research. But since you brought that up, I do think this is a great time to even bring up. Should we continue to support trash like the Golden Globes and the Oscars and all this other stuff? Because like I said, in 2021, why are we still doing first black anything? It just came out that, a couple of weeks prior, it was revealed that there are no black people that are on the committee to vote for a lot of these awards in the Hollywood foreign press, that it's all white people making these decisions, which is why you see shows like Lovecraft Country didn't get anything, or you saw I May Destroy You didn't get mentioned or any award recognition, although I will give it up to Jane Fonda, whose speech was everything. Like, she's someone who has always been out here fighting the good fight for all those people who don't have a voice. She is a voice for the voiceless, and she was up here talking about shows that open her eyes to situations and how she wants people to do that. We have this conversation every fucking year, and these people in the industry and doing all that shit. And we're supposed to be so liberal in the entertainment industry, but I really feel like it's a bunch of fucking Republicans pretending to be Democrats, or should we call them moderates, who are basically Republican light, who are running these executive companies that are talking, oh, we're all for revolution and evolution, but it's quite closet. I mean, half of y'all in the goddamn closet, half of you can't stand black people, but be fucking black women on the low with your white wives out here pretending to be your beards, and all kinds of other fraudulent.
Welcome to Wednesday Night Kiki, Delvon.
I'm sick and tired of the I'm sick and tired of the kumbaya bullshit at these award shows every goddamn year. It's the same bullshit. And you know what I feel like what it is? Because a lot of them sit up here and say, oh, we're moving forward. You're not moving forward. You're throwing us a bone to shut us the fuck up. And I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
It's like you only want to give, oh, Black Lives Matter and time's up. So now all of a sudden we got to show how liberal we are by jumping on the bandwagon, and we're just going to give awards to everybody black now. Just like the whole thing with The Bachelor. Chris Harrison says something ignorant. Oh, let's throw a nigga up in there and get him to host the show. Really?
Well, I think Chris spoke for the entire panel here, although some views may not be
over shit like
in
this,
alignment.
But
on that note,
shout out to Ava DuVernay. She's doing something great for the Hollywood community. She's doing it's like an organization where people that are behind the cameras are given the opportunities to be, I don't know, barbers, camera people, filmmakers. Anybody who's behind the camera, it's a I forget what the name of the actual site is, but it's a site that you go on where, you know, people from Hollywood can actually reach out to people, minorities that are looking for work, that are qualified, and they can go in and reach out to people for opportunities. So she was being interviewed on I forget what show was watching, sorry. But anyway, I'll give her props because she's making a difference in, you know, the Hollywood community for the African American people. So, you know, if you're someone that, you know what I mean? So,
yeah, I think it's a great idea that they afford a lot of these people opportunities, because I remember when I was coming up in entertainment, I didn't know where to go. Luckily, growing up in New York, there were places that you can go where you can take an acting class and audition and all this other stuff, and you can get your way into the industry. I think it's harder now because a lot of people really don't know where those avenues are, or how they can get in, or how they can become a part of working behind the scenes. Not everybody wants to be on camera. Y'all do need to hire barbers and people who know how to do black hair on sets.
Especially on Tyler Perry set.
Well, I was about to say that. I was about to say, because you've seen them horrible ass wigs. I don't understand how you own the studio and how you a billionaire, but them wigs look like something not even Kim Zolciak would have worn in the first season of The Housewives of Atlanta. Like, you just put on some of the most horrible, horrendous fucking, like, really? You cutting that many goddamn corners? Even when he was trying to do like a fake fade or a Caesar or whatever, I'm like, where the fuck did you get that wig from? So, look, everybody knows, I don't know what the budget is over at Lifetime, but they had some good wigs up in the Wendy Williams movie.
Yes, they did. They did.
So I do think that there should be an opportunity to bring more black people, and not just black people, but I want to hear, we need to see more Latin people on TV. We need to see more Asian people. We need to see a lot more stories being told. I'm tired of seeing these same dry ass white folks telling the same goddamn stories about nothing.
Yeah. Like Nomad.
Oh. So I say this, I guess to wrap all this up so that we can get to more lighter stuff in the fashion, I do think like maybe, you know what, we need more seats at the table. That's what we should be fighting for. Stop begging these people for scraps. Let's create our own opportunities. You know, we have black people like the Regina Kings and the Ava DuVernays and so many people who have so much clout and position now where they're creating these opportunities. You have Michael B. Jordan creating these opportunities where he's giving a lot of people opportunities behind the scenes on sets, getting those people inside the door and creating those situations. Or maybe what we need to do is stop supporting the Golden Globes and the Oscars, and we need to create our own, just like how we did when they wouldn't let us on black folks in American Bandstand. They created Soul Train. When MTV didn't want to play black people and they had a strong arm with Michael Jackson, all this stuff, they created BET. Yep. So when you have those opportunities, let's create our own Oscars. Let's create our own Golden Globes. Because black people are the ones who are influencing music, fashion, hairstyles, You know, we are the ones who are influencing every aspect of business, especially gay black folk.
Yeah.
But and then white people just take it and they run with it because they have the money. But we don't have a seat at the table. So these changes need to be made because in 2021, like I said, I'm sick and tired of having this goddamn conversation and then it's just nothing changing.
Same thing with the government.
I definitely agree. And on that note, and on that note, we're going to speak of some changes. We're going to get to the fashion part of the show here. We're going to get to the fashion roundup, guys. And we're going to talk about...
Wait, hold on. I should point out that 6.9 million people watched the Golden Globes, by the way. So that was a bunch of nothing.
Wow.
Well, let's take a look at the fashion here.
Wait a picture. EJ, where'd you go?
I think you better go find the gowns.
Great gowns, beautiful gowns.
It was a few. I was looking. I was like, okay. It was very Cinderella in there.
Yeah, I found some photos. Even though a lot of them couldn't even be there, they still had them do, you know, the whole red carpet and then showing photos and all this stuff. So I thought that was cute. But no, I think we need the old showing up on the red carpet, people posing and that whole situation, and have them come back and...
You know, I did red carpet. That was my thing, was doing red carpet correspondence. I miss it so much.
All right. Okay.
Like, that was my thing. And I'm just, oh my God.
Right. Devon, are you back, girl? Okay.
He was already there.
Chris?
No, we were having a chat. I don't know what happened to him.
Ciao. I got booted. The internet gods are not having it, honey. We were talking about the fashions. Oh, there she go, Devon. All right, Devon is back. All right. So as I was saying, before I got booted off group. You hear Devon? Okay, there she go. Woo. All right, so let's get to the fashion, as I said. First up is this gentleman here. He goes by the name of, wait, hold on. Tahar Rahim. Yes, and he is wearing Louis Vuitton at the Golden Globes. Ladies and gents, let me pull in my peeps over here so we can take a look. Yeah.
Basic.
Devon.
Basic.
I was gonna say I don't know who he is, but that suit is not working for me. He's cute though.
It looks like an outfit could have got an H&M. No, I'm just saying.
You could find it at H&M though.
You can either wear to work. It looks, you know, it's not anything that's spectacular about it to me.
It doesn't look like if the jacket looks too big on him.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I mean, it's basic.
I don't like it.
Who said it?
Well, next
who's to tell us Louis Vuitton?
Next up is this scary woman. She ran for New York governor.
Why does it look like Princess Diana's ghost?
She ran for New York governor and former Sex and the City star Cynthia Nixon, honey, and the Vampire's Wife and Fred.
Why does she look? Wait, is that a still from? Wait, that's the outfit. It's called the Vampire's Wife.
That's the designer, Vampire's Wife, and she got Fred Leighton jewels on, but she looks like she's in a bathroom. Girl,
she looks. Why does she look old?
Oh,
yeah. Ooh. No, that
next.
She
Oh, we have another one. Now she look like a feather.
First of all, I was gonna say that first outfit looked like she's about to go carry the candle upstairs and go do a seance.
Yeah, like Carrie's mother.
Well, that is Cynthia Nixon part 2, and she is wearing Ronald Van Der Kemp couture, and again Fred Leighton jewels at the Golden Globes backstage or at her home. I don't know, honey, but she's giving me very much Big Bird smothered in paint. All right. This show is a mess.
I don't like it on her, but oh my God, I'm drawing a blank. What is that actor's name? That the actress, she's like a big movie star, and she looks like she's like sort of a gender bender. White woman, skinny. She was in Constantine as Gabriel. Cannot remember her damn name.
After you said white woman and skinny, so many of them went through my head, girl.
I just,
Kristen Stewart?
you know what? It just looks.
No.
It looks like she's trying to do high fashion, and it just didn't work out right.
Thank you, Devon. Some girls just don't have it. She
doesn't have that spunk to wear some. She's a lesbian.
Lifetime Achievement Award. I can't right now, Chris.
What happened?
Devon, girl.
Well, I'm just saying. You know. Oh, come on. You gotta. Y'all not calling
this is
me back next week.
Oh, yes, we call you back every time. Permanent spot. All right, so we got the one and only Jane Fonda, honey. She won a, I believe, Lifetime Achievement Award, Chris, right?
Yes.
And she's wearing her vintage Richard Tyler, Sarah Flint shoes, and what is the name here? Pomelato jewelry at the Golden Globes. She looks great for her age.
Mm-hmm. She can never go wrong to me. She's great.
Yeah, her she was snatched too. When she walked out on that side, I'm like, damn, her waistline is cinched. I was just I
hope she don't burp.
Ooh, what are the girl saying over here? She betrayed our country
and the U.S. soldiers who fought. Child, have a seat. Meanwhile, what did you fight for? What did you fight for besides running your goddamn mouth on Instagram with a blank photo? Next. So the person I was thinking about prior to was Tilda Swinton. Now, Tilda Swinton wore that dress that Cynthia Nixon had with the birds. That would work for her.
Yes.
Well, you got Selma Hayek here and a red couture dress.
And them titties, honey.
Hello. And Alexander McQueen and Harry Winston Julie. She loves some Harry Winston ever since she became famous. Every time I see her on the carpet, she was Harry Winston. Harry. Delvon?
Probably borrowed. It's probably borrowed. No, I'm just kidding. I like the dress. I like the top. I like the way it's cinched at the top, but it's too much fabric at the bottom. To me.
I see.
It looks very heavy at the bottom.
Okay. All right.
It's cute. Like it. Yeah, I mean, it looks like something that, we'd seen time and time again on Salma and Sofia Vergara. And it's like a lot of the Latin actors, this seems to be the outfit they want to put on when it comes to the curves and stuff. So it's got that whole Grecian look.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice.
Yeah, it's not something it's not a wow.
Right.
Now, I think this picture was like, I like the black dress, but the picture is a little off. I don't think she's noticing. Like they got right when she turned and didn't open her eyes completely. It was like she
had too much champagne. That's what happened.
Oh, that too. Maybe that too. Too much champagne. I heard they get them liquored, honey.
Look, I've been to these kind of events and the champagne is flowing. So, but that
you got
dresses. I love it. I love classic.
Yeah, me too.
It's classic, and she doesn't have any jewelry. She's just a simple black cocktail dress with a little slit and a pump, and I love it.
That is Renee Zellweger. I thought that was Ellen Pompeo at first. Renee Zellweger. Right. Renee Zellweger wearing custom Armani Privé, David Webb jewelry, and Jimmy Choo shoes. How you doing?
I like Renee Zellweger, but she always looked like she just finished eating lemons before she, went out in the street.
I'm done. Next.
Viola Davis.
The face was such a distraction that I couldn't even pay attention to the dress. Now this one, honey, I'm living for it. This is Okoye's mama. Like this is the queen of Wakanda.
I couldn't do it.
Okay.
I couldn't do it.
Viola Davis
coming to America too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is the Duchess of Zamunda.
She's wearing La Vie by Calvin Klein. I guess that's CK. Oh no, by CK and Pomelato. Sorry, and Pomelato jewelry. There you go.
I'm about to say, let me find out Calvin Klein trying to make African garments.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, it's La Vie by CK, And then Paula models jewelry. So I don't know who CK is, Calvin Klein, someone's Couture or something. I don't know.
Be Calvin Klein.
You guys know.
I know she tried. I know what she was trying to do, bring the Afrocentricity to the Golden Globes. You know, with the natural and the, you know, but no, not for me. I like the fishnet at the bottom. I like the little fishnet thing, but all the colors and the. I've seen her. You know what it is? I think I've seen her in so many better lights that this just didn't do it for me.
I mean, the colors accentuate her skin tone, and I believe because they were all at home or in their hotel rooms or whatever the case was. This is basically looked like it was taken in her yard, and she just went back in the house and was just sitting, and it was live streamed.
Most of them were home, so that's.
You got a picture of Jodie Foster with her partner in their pajamas. Did you see that foolishness?
Oh no, I did not.
No, I didn't see.
How they basically kept streaming them. They were sitting in their pajamas. I said, child, now what is this mess? I understand lesbians, y'all don't like fashion and stuff, but you could have dressed her.
Cynthia Nixon does.
Oh, well, she's a lipstick lesbian.
Y'all are doing the most today. And finally,
Jodie Foster is, she's one stop away from just buying out Home Depot.
This is her, the artist. Wearing
I was about to say her who
Couture. her. She's wearing Valentino Couture and Stuart Wiseman shoes at the Golden Globes. I'm assuming that's her house too. I like it. I like the look. The color pops on her. It looks better model. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
Wait, hers on the left. I thought her was darker. Did she light her skin?
No.
I don't know, but she was on The View today. She can really.
She looks different.
Sing, by the way, she's a great singer.
Yeah, she can. Yeah.
And
amazing artist.
Her stands for something. It stands for something. It's a acronym for something.
That's a good question. You guys know you could tweet us at WNKIKITV, or you could tweet Chris or I or Delvon. I'll put the handles up in just a bit. All right, so get to a few more pictures. Finally, we have here Chadwick Boseman's his widow, his wife, by the name of Taylor Simone Lidward Boseman. She is wearing Alater Versace at the Golden Globe. Was it Atelier? Sorry, Atelier Versace. Sorry, excuse me. Okay. Yes. What do you guys think?
I
thought it was Tamar Braxton for a second, but
wait.
I think I need to see the whole dress on her. She looks like she's sitting from the top up.
Yeah.
It looks like she fills out the dress better than the model. Right. But I need to see a photo of her standing up to get a full assessment. But so far, I'm thinking based on just the top half, it looks like she might she gets a slight win over the model. But I need to see the whole
heavy top too. It looks like a heavy top constructed top piece, and the bottom is obviously flowy. So I think we probably would get the same effect. It's probably obviously look way more thicker than the model, clearly. So we'll probably get a lot of thighs under that dress there.
Yeah, which I don't know if it would work with hips, because it looks great in the model silhouette. But if you got hips and you wearing that, I don't know if that's gonna work out.
Right, I agree. Because the dress is meant to be flowy, not swishy.
Right.
We are a mess. Okay, let's move on.
Joe Rivers ain't got shit on us.
All right, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Now y'all know she's a young Hollywood, so play nice. This is Stormfield.
First of all, I would never say Stormfield. Stormfield used to be the weatherman.
Storm Reed.
She's going roller skating.
I hate you. She's wearing Oscar de la Renta.
It's cute. It looks like, child, nah, look. I was about to make a joke.
I'm sorry.
It's gonna sound. It looks like the dress of like something that you could pull. It's giving me Twister vibes.
Crayola.
Oh,
Just take us some markers on a white dress and start coloring.
But it's
But
cute
some
for
of
her.
these designs are just it's just ridiculous.
It's a fun little dress for a little girl.
I hate y'all. Devon
Right,
said,
like I'm going roller skating.
Devon said color and outside of the lines. Okay.
Connect the dots or something.
I am dead. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how old she is, but she certainly dressed her age. I'll leave it at that.
I think she's like 15, 16, around that age.
Oh, wait. Dijon is on the timeline. Hey, Dijon. He said, that's an outfit off of the rack of Forever 21. Y'all got jokes today. Oh, I am done. All right. We got two more, and then we're gonna wrap this up. Okay. So, there we go. We got Les Odom Jr., who can I say is a fine brother.
Mm-hmm.
And amazing focus. He's wearing Valentino Couture at the Golden Globes. Wait, is that Jeffree Star right there?
I'm screaming. Oh, the vampire Lestat.
Wow.
Oh, I am dead. Okay, wait a minute.
His hair is
so
flat.
I think child, this is basically Leslie Odom turned out the outfit because he basically is wearing it his way, and it's more fitting. Whereas you look at the model, and the model just looks like he's playing dress up. The gloves are gone.
Basically.
The pants are more fitting. You could see the inside. The jacket even looks smaller. What,
Yeah.
They probably
Leslie's
hemmed
wearing.
it. They probably hemmed it too, because he looks very small compared to that, like the size of the length of the jacket, But he looks great. He definitely looks great.
It's nicely tailored. Now, is that a turtleneck or an ascot?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I can never tell the difference.
Turtleneck.
It looks like it might be a turtleneck.
It might be a little
you would be hot in that.
hot in California. But I like the color scheme. Because I actually have a Ralph Lauren jacket that's similar like that, and I would never think to put a mint green with it. But it's a nice compliment. Is his hair purple?
No.
I don't think it's hair. I think it's the lighting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's the lighting.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks good to me. I like it. It's trendy. It's fashionable. Looks good to me.
Okay.
Nice fit. Nice tailored fit.
So I guess we're all in unison. We like it.
Yeah, we like it. All right. And finally, Annie, we have here. Let's see who's next. The one and only. Laverne Cox. And she is wearing here, honey, Ty Nugent Atelier. Chris?
Ty Nguyen Atelier.
I love it.
I like it. It looks like red was the color of the night.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know you guys. I don't know if you saw Scarlett Johansson. Scarlett Johansson's dress was amazing. It was like shoulderless. It had a train.
Mm-hmm.
It was hot.
Scarlett always looks good in a gown. I think it's because she's a curvy girl, so that always works for her. But yes, I like this outfit on Laverne. She's giving me Handmaid's Tale realness.
Yes, with the hair put up. You never really see her with her hair pins up like that. That's cute.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Just to think, EJ, we used to hang with, or not hang with, but be with her at different events, like at the LGBT Center and all these different places. We used to be around these people, and they just blown and blossomed into these big stars. I'm just waiting for my time to get on the damn ramp.
Okay, girl. For real.
But she looks great. Love it.
Yes, I love it too. I'm a little upset that she didn't win, but
Huh?
No, so I'm a little upset she didn't win, but beggars can't be choosers,
What was she up for?
I think for that movie, Promising Young Woman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, she's dipping it and doing it for the girl, so that's a good thing.
Exactly.
I mean, why would you? Well, you shouldn't be surprised that she didn't win because there's no black people voting on the committee.
Yeah, so it definitely wouldn't be a transgender one.
You. I can't. Real quick, Devon, before we wrap this session, this segment up with you, I want to talk about something. A little headlines here in our fashion roundup segment. So I'm gonna throw some things your way, and I guess you both can give your take on it. So now this shout out to the fashion law for these topics here. You guys want to know more? You can follow them at the Fashion Law on Insta. And also shout out to Check the Tag for all of those fashion pics of the runway. And if we have more time, we'll probably do some more a little later on in the show. But so these topics here, I have them here, says this. We have a story that's been burning up. I don't know if you heard of this, Delvon, but being that you are the resident fashionista of the panel here, so we have the story here that says, designer Philip Plein is being sued for alleged pattern of discrimination against gay employees. Have any of you guys heard of that story?
I heard a little rumblings about it, but I haven't paid attention to all the details unless you have them in front of you.
Well, good question. Yes, I do. So it goes on here and it says, Philip Plein has been named in a new lawsuit that accuses the designer and his eponymous brand of discriminating against an employee on the basis of his sexual orientation. According to the complaint he filed in New York State Court, Amro Asolable asserts that during the course of his employment, #Philip Plein engaged in and the company fostered a pattern of practice of discrimination against gay men, allegedly telling employees on more than one occasion that, quote unquote, you cannot be too gay, and that the company's men are 100% heterosexual. I rest my case.
Wait, what? First of all, hold on. I can't even talk.
Most of the time, gay in the first place.
Wait, fashion and straight are two things that should not be equated in the same goddamn sentence. I've been in New York Fashion Week. What straight people? I mean, there's a couple of them up in there. There's a couple of them up in there, but for the most part, everybody knows like the women and the gays are pretty much the ones that run the fashion world. So if Philip Plein is saying this bullshit, he in the wrong goddamn business.
Yeah.
If this is true.
Absolutely. Let me take that back to the Philippines.
Oh, is that where he from?
No, I just kind of threw it in there.
I'm about to say, because I understand there's some discrimination that happens in the Philippines against gay people. Well, but for the most part, it's like,
oh my God, that's horrible.
You can't be too gay.
Take our energy away from us. What in the devil wear Prada is going on around here?
Next story up here, I have here LVMH and Rihanna put Fenty fashion venture on hold. She doubled down on lingerie and beauty. It says launching a luxury label ahead of the COVID-19 pandemic has not proven fruitful even for LVMH. The Paris-based luxury goods group revealed this past week that it will shutter its joint venture with Rihanna, at least for the time being, telling WWD Rihanna and LVMH have jointly made the decision to put on hold the ready-to-wear activity pending better conditions. Guys, what are your thoughts?
I think that Rihanna could do it on her own. LVMH is really becoming a joke at this point. I don't know if you guys saw their latest sweater trend, but there's these sweaters out that are apparently like $7,000, and they are Muppets all over the sweat, like stuffed animals.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Wendy Williams was talking about that on her show, right?
Why? $7,000 for what?
And she has somebody in her art department just take some toys and basically stitch them on there, and she has it in her apartment.
Just like the polka dot dress. You can just take some color, some markers, and color it in a white dress. Same case in point. You go to the drugstore, get some little things. And
exactly.
Get them on.
I literally had like a conversation with my roommate yesterday, and we were talking about, because he says that he works in like Soho, so you're dealing with a bunch of uppity bougie ass people that pretty much live out there. And he was saying that a lot of times they will come into Bushwick see what the trends are, and run back and copy it. Meanwhile, the children in Bushwick, they going to thrift stores, they're going to all these other places to put their look together, but you going, stealing the ideas, and you put on a $4,000 top and a pair of $2,000 pants and some $1,500 boots and thinking it's fashion when these children are getting this shit at a fraction of the price. So it's not even all about what it looks like. You could put the same look. It's the same thing I said about Kanye's fashion line. You charge people $5,000 to put burn holes in a damn shirt, but I could just grab a lighter and do that shit myself.
Yes.
Wow.
And it's very, very basic.
Exactly, but for my opinion on the whole Rihanna thing, I do agree with you that she could pretty much do it on her own. She's got a huge influence over the fashion industry. That's one of the main things that people like about her. We did see like a lot of her line when she was putting it out. It was selling out. People were actually buying it. So if she has the business savvy and the wherewithal to put all this stuff together. Yeah. And I saw that she was starting to change the game, but then I saw now like she had to shut it down. So I think it's smart to shut it down for now. And then when COVID and everything is done, she can emerge gracefully and really take the fashion world by storm. So hopefully she does it on her own.
And her makeup line is great too. So she's hitting all arenas: music, fashion, cosmetics. I mean, hey, she got the best of all the world.
I definitely agree. Yeah. So lastly, we're going to get to this story here. So this final story here, I think you guys will know a lot about this one here. Guess founder Paul Marciano sued by model over pervasive sexual harassment scheme. This story is nothing new, but it goes on and says here, Guess has known for over a decade that Paul Marciano is a recidivized sexual predator and has chosen to harbor and enable him as he devastates women's lives. It goes on and says here, instead of listening to at least women who went on the record against its founder, board member and chief creative officer of Guess has kept Marciano at the helm, allowing him to continue to use his prestigious position to lure and sexually assault more young female models. That is what an unnamed plaintiff asserts in a lawsuit that she filed against Marciano and Guess in a California state court last week. This was in the last week of January. This was filed. According to her complaint, Jane Doe claimed that she was sexually assaulted by Marciano on multiple occasions during her time working as a model for the company and was assaulted as recently as February of 2020 on the heels of Marciano being removed from his role as Guess in 2018 and then allowed to stay on as Guess board member and chief creative officer. In a response to the complaint, the attorney blah 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 denied the usual. Thoughts?
So this is a story that needs to be on the CNN, not Cuomo. I'm just saying, because it's I digress, but the mess that these girls are coming out with Cuomo is just it's irking my nerves to no end. And this story, it sounds like it's something more serious. It sounds like it's been going on forever, and he's just getting a pass. Like nothing's happening. No one cares about these models. No one's doing anything. It's just, because I really didn't hear about it. But Cuomo's on every single channel, everywhere, apologizing about doing absolutely nothing because the way that they're portraying this whole thing is a mess. So that's my.
Well, that's typical Democrat strategy. Is that we had a fat orange fuck that was destroying this country for 4 years, and y'all made 1,000 excuses, and you were all entertained by all the buffoonery and all this other stuff they did because it brought you all the ratings, it brought you your money, it brought you your revenue, it brought you all these things. Y'all didn't ask for his resignation. And I don't know, whatever it is with Cuomo behind the scenes and what's going on with that, that should be dealt with, and innocent until proven guilty. We have become judge, jury, executioner before we even know what all the facts are. If Andrew did all these things, let them do their investigation, and we'll see what the outcome is. We all know that Trump has done all the shit he's done for not just these 4 years, but before that. stealing people money, still was stealing our damn money while he was president because he conned the hell out of the idiots that
Right
he
in our
called his
face. Right in
supporters.
our face.
And we all knew about those of us who grew up and lived in New York. We know what a big freaking con man that asshole was. But y'all stupid down in Texas and all this other shit. Y'all went and believed all that before. And we all said, okay, if you want to believe, you want to be dumb and drink the Jim Jones Kool-Aid, by all means, go ahead and do that. But I'm not going to drink it because I got
You
some
mean Jim Crow? You said Jim Jones?
Yes, Jim Jones Kool-Aid. You know, y'all know who he is. If you don't, look him up. But for the most part, it's like, yes, if this whole sexual harassment situation, I do think that this is a conversation that definitely needs to be had. I think we even talked about this before, EJ, you and I. We talked about how, things are going to slowly start coming out. We've heard it coming out within the movie industry. We're hearing some of it coming out in the music industry, especially with T.I. and Tiny, which we got a story about that later on, with 30 people coming out accusing them of sexual assault and drugging. And now we said eventually the fashion world was going to get hit with it. And here's a piece here. And I feel like these are stories that definitely need to be told. It's just corporations in general have long had these situations where there's been abuse and harassment going on, and they've been able to get away with it because they're talented. They make you a lot of money. And when people make you a lot of money, they overlook, they say, oh, you're just a model. We could get another one. Like, you're not, this is the way they treat people, and the way they just discard women is disgusting. So more allegations comes out on this. If other people don't want to talk about it, like the CNNs, they want to drag on shit like for hours. This is why I hate national news or just news shows like the MSNBCs and the CNNs, because they'll go on spending 8,000 hours talking about the same. Okay, can you unless you're willing to give us some new information, can y'all shut the fuck up and move on to something else?
Yeah, exactly.
So, for the most part, I'm looking forward to let this whole. If they don't want to do the conversation, we'll use this platform to bring up this stuff and give these people the voices that they need to have in regards to this whole situation. So that's all I got to say on that. So I don't know. What do you have to say, Mr. Parker?
Well, I mean, I wanted to bring this story up because this is a very, like you said, serious topic, and I do that us as a society, we don't get the chance to talk about these issues. So I agree with you 100%. I think the reason why it's not national news is because this country's going through we're going through some shit right now, and it's hard for people to really funnel. The news is filtered, so it's hard for like these stories to hit the surface, and that's why it's important for us, these type of shows, and Delvon, what you do, like to keep talking about it. Even with the Jussie Smollett situation, like it wasn't no one talking about it, so we decided to bring it here, like, and that's the whole point of doing this type of show, like, and the whole Cuomo thing, it's a sad, devastating situation, but I do think it's more of a serious conversation about men in general, and we all are men. We may be gay men, but we're men, and I think we all need to look at each other and our family members, and I think this is a reflective moment, a retrospective moment for like all of us, the human race in general, because what I think the problem is that we all put all this energy on Trump. And we have to open our eyes and realize there are many Trumps out here in the world. And I'm not saying like, obviously Cuomo and Trump are two different people. I'm saying in the sense of the sexual behavior. There are a lot of men who don't understand consent. They think, oh, well, she said yes, when we got into bed. But even if during sex, that still means you stop. That doesn't mean you keep going. And I think that's the issue. She said yes in the beginning, and then you got rough in the process, and then you just kept liking, him or her, they like the squirm. I mean, I know this is very visual, but they like to see them, and that's something in the mind. So that's we have to have this conversation where if you're raising children, this is something I don't want you to be like, and you have to, be sensitive to other people's feelings, because you got to put yourself in other shoes. If I was the one on the other side being penetrated.
I guess I got booted again. But I was gonna say, I agree. When it comes to sex and when it comes to having sex, there's something called boundaries. So people need to respect the boundaries and know, like, this is how far that person wants to go. So I don't know. I saw you was trying to say something and jump in and say something.
I just kind of okay. So this whole thing with Cuomo really just took me for a loop because okay, the three girls. First lady said that he kissed her. Okay, so he kissed her. Then what did you do? Did you go to human resources? Did you tell somebody? Did you quit? Did you scream? Did you kiss her back? You had to do something, and it wasn't a lot of response done. Number one. The second one was a dummy. She was 25, and let's start with the fact that Cuomo is single. He's not married. He's a single man. I've been at plenty of jobs where people go together at work. How do you end up with somebody at work? You approach them, you ask them out on a date, you say they look pretty. If I'm at work and I say, "Oh my God, girl, that skirt looks sexy on you," is that considered sexual harassment from a gay man? Is that sexually? Is that harassment, or is it just a compliment?
I think it's probably different when you're gay saying it to a woman because we're gay men and they know that we're not sexually attracted to them. So therefore, if we say certain things, we can get away with it.
But what if I wasn't gay and I was being that I wasn't gay? It just appeared for me to be gay and I wasn't, and I said that, and then she didn't take it offensively. I mean, it's just so many different for the 25-year-old girl.
It's all about assumption.
So and the next part of it was, what did she do? Did she go to HR? Did she tell him? Because you have to tell the person. Because I used to work in HR. So if you said to me, "Oh, I think your lips are sexy and whatever," okay. The first thing I'm going to say to you is, I don't feel comfortable, or if I feel what you're saying to me is inappropriate, and I'm going to bring it to a supervisor's attention. That's the proper protocol of handling it in HR, not going to CNN a year later with your lawyer. So that was my attitude with the second one. This is just a year ago. So now you're coming out now with it. Why didn't you address it right then when it happened? And the third one should have
been addressed around the time when he was out here saving New York from going down into the pits of hell, which I'm sorry, the governor of freaking Texas wasn't able to, because he don't give a shit about them out there. So it would have been smart if she could have did it, but I don't know. I guess we don't know where her mindset was, or like I said, let them do the investigation, and then we'll see what happens. But yeah,
the third one, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So the third one, we got a picture. The girl, if you look at the picture, she's smiling. He's holding her face. All of this is going on. So, and remember, someone took the picture. So if she was in so much stress about being kissed or attacked or touched or whatever, why would she have a friend taking a picture of her smiling with Cuomo holding her face? Like, it's just little things.
Yeah, why didn't you call Gloria Allred and Lisa Bloom? Because they love jumping on shit like this.
Oh, I didn't say stop. Well, yeah,
they're busy because they're busy with T.I. and Tiny's case. I forgot. Go ahead.
So I don't know. The stories that they're bringing out and the time frames in which they're bringing, it's just ironic that it's around the time when the whole nursing home scandal dropped that all these women are starting to trickle out. They're just trickling out from the woodworks, and the stories are so baseless to me. I'm just like, but like you said, let them do the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that Cuomo's a cat daddy. So
yeah, because I know they had a situation where you had people like Nutmeg McCain over at The View talking about, he's a what is it? He's a pervert, and I'm like, but bitch, what did he grab you by your bull-sized neck? So you over here saying all kinds of shit and calling people perverts. I hate him, and I bet you don't even know him. But you do know, did y'all hear that she had this may explain why she wasn't on the show. I think it was yesterday. She had a talking to from them execs over what she said about Dr. Fauci, allegedly.
Oh, because I did hear her say something about Fauci. I remember that.
She wanted him fired, and that they want to bring someone in that understands science, something she failed at.
Yeah.
So
she said something real quick about him. Yeah.
Yeah, so the executives were kind of upset because, I guess when they canceled, what was it, the Chew or Wednesday? Oh, I was going to say Wednesday Night Kiki. They didn't cancel us. We're not even on ABC. But what was it?
We got our own show.
Exactly. Strahan and Sarah had a Kiki. When they had that show on, and they brought on, they did a show with, I think they had medical experts or something. They brought in medical experts or something to talk about coronavirus and stuff. So I think ABC has been trying to position themselves, believe the scientists and all the other stuff. And she comes up with that propaganda. It's like, oh no, bitch, you trying to fuck with what we trying to do over here at ABC. And from Barbara Fadita and all these other people, the guy that recently stepped down, these were her allies that were protecting her over the craziness she was saying. So now that they're gone, she's on thin ice.
Well, I want to respond to that and also wrap up this Cuomo thing, and then we got to get to break. But I don't think exactly what it said. Don't feed too much into that line with nutmeg. I think that this is the producers, the network saying that you know, because clearly what I got from this was that, oh, so it's okay for her to do it other times, just not go too far where we have. That was not okay to go against science to the point we look like Fox News, and we don't want to get sued by, you know, Pfizer or any of these people because
but you were okay with it when,
money.
But you were okay with it when Trump was president, and y'all were making so much money on spewing Trump propaganda on ABC Network, which we've already said that ABC has turned itself into a Fox News in so many ways on how they handle stuff, especially with The Bachelor and all that mess.
And that's how I see it. I see it as a slap on the wrist.
And the racists that work behind the scenes.
I clearly, and I don't see anything happening to her. Like I said, just a slap on the wrist, and that's really it. And and this is their, you know, because like everyone's saying on a timeline, if that was anyone else, any other job, you'd have been fired. Like clearly, this is her way in. She got Brian, who's the executive producer, the guy that he protects her, like, and so there's a lot of intricates that plays with why she is the, you know, we just have to stop into her, like stop giving into her, like aside from her looking a Powerpuff Girl, like other than that, like because that's her job, you know. Let's be feeding into her.
Her job is to be
they realize they're gonna need her.
Of it all. Yeah, that's her job. It's her job to disagree with everybody else. Yeah, exactly.
And then she's speaking for the 74 million nuts who voted for this president. Every time, that's all I say. Like she's speaking for them. She's white grievance. That's all it is.
She act like that's such a big damn number. But I'm like, wait a minute. There's 300 million people that live in the United States. So you really think 74 million out of 300 million is a lot? It's like you clearly don't know math.
Yeah.
Right, but it's compared to Biden 81 million. So when you look at 81, it's only 7 million. Listen, this is a whole nother conversation. You guys want to know more? You can follow that live. That's 2 hours politic rant. But it convoluted. Like I said earlier, this country's going through a lot, so that's why certain news stories are not surfacing. The only things that's surfacing is Cuomo's sex scandal and, you know, action part whatever, because it seems like it's going to happen again because no one.
Trump will be in office again tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh, don't forget.
Oh, no.
Well, that's if you believe them nuts over at the CPAC. If you believe them fools.
Right. Apparently.
They sitting there bowing down to a damn statue.
I have my popcorn out ready for this one.
These people,
right. But I also want to say,
I wish they'd all drink the Jim Jones shit, the Jim Jones Kool-Aid. I wish they could drink all of them and drink it. Have at it. Okay. Don't sip it. Gulp the shit.
Okay.
On that note,
in regards to whole Cuomo thing, right. In regards to, you know, because what Del is interesting, and it's a conversation we continue to have as people because it is timely for all of this to the way it did, you know. But that's how lawyers work, you know, and I think when you get into the mind of defense attorneys and you know that's their job, like. So on one hand, we could get upset because I just come from and why they wait so long. And when you're in a situation where someone above you has an immense amount of power, like Governor Cuomo, he is the most New York State, period. He's not the president, but he is the most powerful man in the state. And I think that's the problem, is that we don't put ourselves in their shoes. Like for anyone that has to go through a Me Too situation, male or female, is like, you know, people, Me Too is basically about power. It's not really about sex. Sex just happens to be the reason why they're doing it, but it's really about power. It's about the dynamic, the power dynamic of men, mostly men who like to use it. Yeah, who like to use it. I'm the governor, so what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're gonna come in? I could arrest you right now if I want, like that power. So what you and you're right, Delvon. I saw that episode live when I was watching MSNBC at night, and they showed that breaking news of the girl that came out with the picture. Like I was shocked too. I was like, wait, so but her friend took the picture, and while she took Cuomo, please stop touching me. But he's on his power strike that he didn't care at a wedding that wasn't even his. It was someone else's wedding, and you're touching her and you're telling her, yeah, I date 22 and up. Oh, you're aggressive, aren't you? Like that is sexual perversion. That is me.
A picture is a picture. Like you don't necessarily, a picture doesn't necessarily determine the whole story. So it could look a certain way, but then after the picture was snapped, anything could have happened in between them. That she could have just pushed his hand away, or she could have been upset. And sometimes when people do things to you, a lot of people say what they would do in a situation, but then sometimes people are paralyzed in fear.
Yeah, that's true. So I guess we just wait until the investigation goes down and see what happens.
Because we got people out here, even though we've seen concrete evidence about who, people still deny that he even raped or did anything to people.
Grabbed.
Even though he said it out his mouth, some of the stuff. So there's actual evidence. But his supporters actually will quote fake news. This is stuff they've been brainwashed. I didn't even know such a thing was possible, but it is. People are easily I'm like, damn, is the mind that fragile?
Yeah.
But I guess it is.
You know what the last 4 years has brought us?
PTSD.
Yes. That's why I'm about to leave right now. I'm going to get a drink.
Oh, shit, I could use one.
I'm going to have a hot and I'll have one on you guys.
Well, yes, please. Well, yes, Delvon, thank you for coming in and chiming with us yet again.
I had a great time. Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Yes,
whenever you call me, I'm here. So let me know.
And thank you for that B-Boy Blues scoop, because I'm like, yes, we could have used that.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm going to do a write-up on them, so.
Okay, well, let us know when that article comes out so we can talk about it and see if he reveals any more than the vagueness that he gave you, because we still don't know what the tea is. Like, I still need to know. I need details. You say it's a lot, but if this is the opportunity for you to speak out and tell your side of the story, like, being vague ain't gonna cut it. Like, we need to know, like, what's the tea?
Like, he was on the show, on my show, about him and EJ's altercation, and it was really evasive. Like I don't remember what
he brought up your altercation.
Oh, honey, he did an exclusive. Yes, he came on the show to talk about it, because I heard about it and I reached out to him and I asked him would he come on the show and talk about
EJ,
it.
did you know this?
Well, I mean, I did it. The
way you just said it was like, I got wind of it. Okay, I had that was an exclusive. I had no idea that he came on to just talk about your situation that you revealed that EJ revealed on Host Chat Live. That's how I found out about it. I donated some coins to keep Alibi afloat and forgot that was a location where you had the altercation. So I was like, oh, well, they got my money. You're welcome.
Oh.
Then they got, don't get me started. It's just like,
oh.
But yeah, when you get that exclusive, I hope. Well, if he could reveal exclusives about altercations between little old EJ, let's see how much he reveals when it comes to B-Boy Blues. Like, this ain't no time to be vague, especially when, you saying a whole lot of stuff, but we need a whole lot of information.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, we'll see what happens. When does the movie come out?
I'll find out.
Does
I'm not
anyone
even
know?
sure. It's on
Spring
hiatus,
summer.
I think, or
Amazon.
something.
Spring summer. That was my
Sister
Sheba
Act 3.
Sheree moment.
They're
Spring
making sister.
summer.
They're making a Sister Act 3.
Yeah,
I
that'll
heard
probably
that.
come out before B-Boy Blues.
Yeah, right.
And they ain't even started filming Sister Act 3 yet.
No, they haven't.
But on that note, thank you, Delvon, for stopping by.
You're welcome. I love you guys. Talk to you
Bye.
soon.
Yes, Delvon. Thank you so
You're welcome.
Ooh, excuse me.
Yes. Yes. Trying to pull up this thing called
What you doing?
child, live producing over her. Well, I'm trying to pull up this thing here. See if this thing works. But yes, thank you so much for Delvon for stopping by. And coming up next, guys, he's been waiting long enough in town. We got the one and only Giovanni Sanchioni. So from Trend Up, keep it locked here on Wednesday Night Kiki. He is stopping by to talk about his new store and this hottest event in Buffalo going down this Friday. Do not want to miss it. Keep it locked here on Wednesday Night Kiki, and we will be back.
So she's alleging that she says Maluma fell very much in love with Jennifer Lopez, saying that he's drawn to her because she's a 51-year-old woman. Does she remind him of his mother of some sort? Because, you know, J-Lo is that age. Not only that, but Moni claims Lopez is just as into Maluma. In fact, they're having a secret affair. I really see that they've had a sexual relationship, and the pair talks about their deep love for one another all the time on the phone and on WhatsApp. Okay, girl. But she didn't stop there. Moni also alleged that in addition to being obsessed with J-Lo, Maluma is also sexually attracted to both men and women. makeup artists particularly, or people that work behind the scenes, whether it's hair, makeup, or even in any part of the beauty situation, when you work with celebrities, you get all the good tea from them as well, because they will dish it to you. I know, because I've been on many sets, but he'd be beating your face and stuff, and this is what they got. I'm not gonna ask
This is for faggots.
Are back here live. Let me bring in Chris Avalon. Yes, so we are back here. Thank you so much to Delvon coming through. I don't know what's going on with this server here. It's like back. Okay, there we go. Okay. Hello. We are back. We are live. You guys are back here watching Wednesday Night Kiki, episode 5. So fast, episode 5, isn't it? But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring on somebody who is very, very close in my circle. For those that do know me personally, I do not have a large circle. I keep my circle small.
that's a good thing.
Reasons. It is. Hello. And real quick, I've known this person for pretty much 20 years. It's gonna be about 20 years in about another couple of years, so we just go to 20. And we've been pretty much, I would say, feels like lifelong friends. Also business partners. We started out promoting parties, and and we both went off our separate ways, and then came back together, and now he is doing amazing things. And as are we're all just hustling, and he happened to thrust upon his entrepreneurial spirit and launched his own store. And things have just been great for him. This COVID has been a lot, so I'm glad that he's still around. But now he has a new location. He has new items. He's selling skateboards, magazines, everything. You go into the store, it's like a one-stop shop for everything. I call it the destination location. But let me not say anymore.
He was a skater boy. I said, see you later, boy.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's bring in the one and only Mr. Giovanni Centrione of Trend, ladies and gentlemen. And as he walks into the room here, you guys get to see a bit of what Gio is giving here in the photo. That's Gio working on his Trend Up store there. Wait, what happened here? Oh, there we go. So yeah, Gio, are you here? Let's bring up Giovanni. Hey, there you go.
Hey.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks for having me.
How's it going, Gio? Welcome
good.
to the show. Yes.
Way to go.
Chris, have you? Oh, wait.
What?
Oh,
Okay,
there he
wait,
is.
okay. All
You
right.
know, technology.
Okay.
We working
Right.
on such thing. He's there. He's there. He's there. He's there.
There,
Oh my God.
not.
I'm getting.
Yes. Hi.
All right. Hi.
What's
So
going
yeah,
on, Gio? How you
I'm
doing?
Gio. I'm doing good. So I know, yeah, I know
Yes.
Eric for like almost years.
I love that
Mhm,
jacket.
mhm.
Oh, thank you. This is one of the jackets we sell at the store. We can like zoom out here.
Oh,
It's like a trench. It's a bomber like tech wear jacket. Do a little modeling here. A little thing
well,
on
we're
the
definitely.
back.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Wait a minute. I love the detail on the back.
Oh yeah, pockets there.
Wait, now how
And it's
much
on
does that
sale.
go for? How much does that go
Originally
for?
was $75 now. Was originally $150. Some of the
Look at
stuff is
that.
on sale. Should I do like a walkthrough?
Mm-hmm. Oh, shout out to Sailor Mermaid
Yeah,
and
please do.
LaShawn who are in the room.
Right, shout out to you guys. We'll get to the comments just in a bit. Give us a walkthrough of the store, Gio. This is the new location, guys.
Okay.
Show us what you got, and then we can get into a little bit more about how you started, got into all of it. Go ahead.
I'll start from the outside so you can see where we are. Internet should
All
work.
right, we're gonna get a whole walkthrough. Yes.
Okay. So this is the outside of the store. We're located at 95 Allen Street in Buffalo, New York. Try to show like the neighborhood a little bit. It reminds me like the East Village.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of has like that vibe. All the shops down here, galleries. And then we're gonna walk in. We carry like streetwear from this reason. This is like the ski jacket. We got EPTM over here. It has like a Kanye West look to it. And we got some sneakers from the Sneaker Project out in your area, New York. And some Adidas inside. We got like the Travis Scott style jackets.
Yes.
Like right
So show
there,
us
and some
inside.
bags. Okay, now we're going back inside.
I always get worried when you do these tours because, me and Gio, as we said, we're friends, and we message each other a lot and do video chats. I always get nervous. Is he gonna lock himself out one day? I just feel like.
I always have to keep my pocket.
I have to say, I like a lot of those pieces I've seen so far. I actually like it. Like I would wear a lot of those pieces. The sneakers, the jacket, I see the backpack behind you. Oh, the duffel. Wait a minute. I saw a duffel bag.
That one?
Yes, that black one. The big black duffel bag. I said, okay.
Oh, yeah. This is Steve Madden. We got a matching set too. Also by Steve Madden. And by the way, everything you see is online too at trendupstore.com. And I do ship out worldwide. And if you're on there for the first time, you should see a pop-up for a 15% discount. So use that code. We got stuff here. We got some hats. Got jackets. These are the jackets that I'm wearing right there in the hoodies. Walk around here. Usually I had music, but I don't want to like overrun it.
Drown yourself out.
Yeah. This is a reversible jacket. The one in the window. This is like the other side of it. It really is reversible. You can wear it like this or like
that. Oh, it's a Basquiat jacket.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's when I got in the window. That drew a lot of people up. Yep. So kind of showcase that. We got this kind of jacket. Same one you just saw in the window. Right there. And some of these ones. Got some pants. This one I just wore for I got one of these for myself yesterday. It's a little denim shirt. EPTM. I thought I was going to drop the computer for a second there. Got a gumball machine. Got candy coming in tomorrow. Right on the klutz.
Yes, I mean.
Yep. These bags are tote and carry, and we're the only store in Buffalo to have them. The designer is a Buffalo native named Stitch Doctor. Lives in Atlanta now. He is a celebrity stylist. People like Snoop Dogg, T.I., Blueface, they bought this brand too. So he's getting very well known.
Oh, wow.
We've been carrying him for 2 years now. And the company Tote and Carry is just getting like big time now. So we're honored to like carry his stuff. We got other color there too. And going through, we got some accessories. I've always got some shades. Get a little mirror there so you can try them on too. A little variety.
Nothing
We
wrong with that.
got some mask. We got a little weed stash bag.
Tell her.
Out. Eric, you should get that.
Mm-hmm.
Put it on the side for me. I'll be there.
Will do. And I got some hype beasts. This is a Supreme Timberland, our only Supreme item in the store. So we can get more of that soon. And the sneakers section and some more bags. All on there.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, Space has some more too. So we got like boots. What am I doing here? Adidas, all that stuff. And then over here is our vintage section. This is actually just put together today because yesterday, Eric, when I gave you a tour, and they had this over. So we got the vintage T-shirts, like the NTV sports. Yeah, like 90s wear. There. Then I got the vintage magazines. We got like Playboys from the 60s. That. Rolling Stones from the 80s. There's Annie Lennox.
Wow.
And we got some more vintage stuff over here, like jackets, like 90s, early 2000s, old Nautica, Polo, etc., etc. And then back here, we're going to be doing like a sticker wall. So if you come into the store, you can get stickers, you can add to here.
Whole tour.
And then take a picture and tag the store. We got all that. And then we got a sign that I stole from the old location that fell off. So I kind of just grabbed it. Don't tell me. And in here is our dressing room. We got the metallic silver. Try to get the whole view here. So it made it look like a lounge. We got all that and some buffalo picks. So it kind of makes you want to change in here. All that. And I guess that concludes the tour. Well, like Eric said earlier, yeah, we're having a grand opening this Friday from 6 till 9-ish. I'm going to have a DJ in the window. We got food catered by our neighbors at Colder Bay. Really good stuff over there. And
so you're not even open yet?
Gallery. No, we're open. We just had like a soft opening this weekend. But we want to have a big party this Friday. Not big, but mask required, of course, and then just go with the flow. And hopefully it's like a few people at a time and come in and check it out.
Right. We want you to get not that big.
Yeah, I want that. Just opened. But yeah, I used to be. But yeah, I used to be down the street at 85 Allen. I used to share with Miss Eye Candy Boutique, so we were like a co-op, 2 businesses in one. And then this space became available a few months ago, so we kind of talked about it, and I was like, well, I'm ready to expand. So was she. So she stayed there to grow her inventory, and I moved over here and got my own space. There's more retail on the block here.
Yeah, I like the idea that you've pretty much brought that New York energy and attitude to upstate New York, because it's like with the overall design and the clothes, I'm like, this is some shit I would buy if I was walking like on, if I was on West 8th Street, or if I was in, I don't know if Soho would be that creative in regards of that selling this type of fashion, but it's just giving me that whole East Village, West Village vibe and stuff. So
thank you.
I like all the pieces I see in that shop. I think I'm gonna be on that website spending all of my coins. But I have a question. What has fashion always been like something that has been a part of your dream? Like, what made you want to get into fashion and make this a reality?
Oh God, I don't know. I've always liked stuff that was different. Even in high school, I never wanted to wear everything that everybody else wore. I always had to be different. And then I never really wanted to get into fashion. I loved it, but I think I just sort of fell into it in New York, like around 2005, when I was, needed a job. I ended up being an assistant for a designer, and then I kind of fell into that world for fashion shows and designing and all that good stuff. And plus, the guy had his own store in Lower East Side. It was a Paulo Braun, and he sort of inspired me to do my own thing. And working there, I kind of wanted my own store. And then when I moved back to Buffalo, just by fluke, I didn't plan to move here. I just kind of came back to visit and got job offers. So I just started saving up money. And everybody loved my style, but all my clothes were from the city. So I kept going back to the city because I couldn't shop in Buffalo. So I decided, why not just open a store in Buffalo and just bring that vibe that people seem to like and right here. So I was just saving up for months. There was a small storefront downtown available, and I just started there back in 2016. So this is my third and hopefully final location because I'm tired of moving. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I get that. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Eric, do you have a question?
Hey there.
Yeah, I'm here. No real question. I really, I wanted to, bring you on to talk about the new store, the new location, and I see everyone commenting. You got LaShawn saying that he loves the hoodies, and I mean, yeah, LaShawn says here he loves the DJ on here. Everyone loves the store, so I'm glad that people are seeing, your talent. I mean, I met you years ago when you were pondering all of these ideas, and as I said earlier, we started doing business together at a very I won't say premature, because we were both well established at that time, but you had passions other than fashion, if you will, and it's so funny you bring up Apollo Braun. I never forget the time we were with you at his store, and we were just we were having, it was a mess, but we had fun, a lot of fun times in that store downtown in Lower East Side, and I'm just proud of you. I don't know if I ever said it, but I'm proud of you. I'm glad that everyone get to see your success. And speaking of success, you had many people stop by your store, including you had people like Nate Robson here stopping by at the the boxer Nate Robson. So that's pretty cool. You get a lot of good notable people in Buffalo stopping by, and not just him. You had someone else, another sports player by the name of Terrell Owens stopping by in the store when he was looking for a contract, if you will. A must-see location, town Buffalo, guys. So when you get down there, as he says, there's a Starbucks on the corner, very upscale, gentrified, bougie. So you ain't gotta feel scared or worried. But I'm just so proud of you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Fun too. Yeah, everybody, check out the website. If you're not from Buffalo, or if you do come to Buffalo, come visit me. I'm here Monday through Saturday, 11 till 7-ish. I'm going to do Sundays in the summertime, so it'll be open every day. And you can shop online, trendupstore.com. And I do ship out worldwide. And I'm also on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram as Trend Up Store. You can see what new stuff we got. If you go to the website, you can also log in the line list. Yep, go ahead.
One of the things that I want to talk about furthermore with you is, as you know, we're not gonna act like what's happening is not happening. So I just want you to tell people about your struggles as a small business owner, dealing with running a shop during COVID. Like, I mean, were there struggles for you, and how do you as a community, because you're not the only store in that block. There's a group of you guys who come together and advocate for things such as cleaning up the streets, during snowstorms, which stops your clients that drive, stuff like that. Like, I just want you to explain to people about just the nuances that running a business can have, because I think people who look at entrepreneurs like yourself, like myself and Chris, people, they think it's easy, to hop on here and produce content or even run your own store. And, when we had the first conversation initially, I was telling you to, I think you start online first, but you're very tenacious and you went with the retail front. And I know that it's been very, very stressful as being a small business owner, and especially with COVID and all the, lack of funds for small businesses. I just want to briefly explain, how did you turn that around?
Well, pretty much I had a lot of influences before I even opened the store. So I learned like how to save money before. And so I saved a lot of money a few months ahead of time just in case of the rainy day. And I've always been that way, even the first few years in business, because I knew I wasn't going to make money right away, a profit. So I saved up. Then when COVID hit, yeah, it sucked because we had to be closed right when the springtime season was about to start. It was right before St. Patrick's Day. That's when we started to pick up for the spring and summertime. So yeah, that was horrible. And not knowing when we could reopen. So we just did what everybody else did. We just pushed everything online, stuff that I usually don't have on the website. I pushed it. Luckily, I did have some online sales, and my regulars that I was able to open the door and just do like one-on-one, all wear mask, and then they can just shop and buy stuff from me, and just the same thing, save up. We applied for the PPP loan. We did get a small sum from that, so that helped. And because we're unemployed, we're able to get that. So, we just went by, just save up, conserve. Running a business isn't always easy. Yeah, it could be fun, but yeah, you also have those panic attacks, and then you're worried sometimes because you don't know if something you get is going to sell, or how your week's going to be, and it's all weather dependent, and then that sort of thing too. And then because we are still new, we're 5 years, but the website's 4. That's always a iffy thing too. If someone's going to feel safe shopping our website and they're not really familiar with it.
Yeah, I really appreciate you just expressing that. I know it's not easy to be so vulnerable on any show, because no one likes to talk about the struggles of a business. But I knew you were gonna pull through it. You're very resourceful. And I'm glad that you're in a situation where you had camaraderie from your other shops around, because that's a big thing for a lot of like small businesses is building that camaraderie that you get with having other like-minded businesses. And I know in the beginning, as you mentioned, like it was rough, you're still finding your feet, and before you were in the mall. And then you got your store with Siobhan, Miss Eye Candy, and now you're on your own. So it was a work in progress. You didn't get, this is not Mary Tyler Moore. You didn't walk into the bank and left there with a $20,000 loan and like threw your hat in the air and that's it. Like, I made it. Like, I just wanted you to explain that to the people. Like, so I'm glad you did that. Real quick, who are some of your, if there were anyone that you would like to collaborate with, that being designer, artists, anyone in the culture spectrum, like who would that be and why?
Yikes. Good one. Never asked that.
I know.
Oh no.
That was a big
I don't know, because I try to carry like underground-ish type designers that you don't really see that too often, but I would like to have a little bit more of like a hype beast type lines in here. Just a few, not go overboard, because there are other stores in the area that have them, but just a few, so we have more variety in here. Celebrity-wise, I can totally see like Travis Scott, all those type of guys there. I feel like I had some of the apparel that they would like.
Yeah, I could definitely see Travis Scott wearing some of that stuff, especially the Basquiat. Okay, okay.
So anybody, really.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, you are right. I mean, well, anyone who likes male clothing, because you're specifically a men's store.
Which I think is also good, because it's hard to find really, because I don't know, way I like to dress too. I like stuff like pieces that are outside the box, that's beyond H&M and all that other mess, where all they shit basically tears after 3 weeks of wearing it. But I that's one of the things like to see is the reason why I haven't said much because I'm still thinking about all those pieces I just saw in the store. So I can see myself wearing a lot of stuff in there. I want that duffel bag. I want that jacket you got on. Like there's some stuff. I even like the colorful sneakers. I like things that help me stand out and bring attention because I feel like fashion is a form of expression. And one of the things that always irritates me is that women get all the attention and men don't really push the envelope in regards of fashion and wanting to look good. We all want to look good too. We don't always want to just put on a t-shirt and a pair of jeans and that's enough. A lot of men definitely want to take time to express themselves through a lot of ways. Not all of us want to get tattoos and all this other stuff. I like to express myself based on how my mood is. I could throw this on, match this with this, experiment, do all this other stuff. So I like the fact that we have someone on the show that is as passionate about fashion and is all about expression and finding things that I wouldn't even know personally where to look because it's hard to find like good stores that are reasonably priced that have pieces that I would be interested in, especially in New York. So kudos to you and what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's all inspiration. Like I said, I couldn't shop in Buffalo and everyone loved my style. I thought, why not bring it here? It's an exact price point, affordable, not too expensive. It's something different.
Exactly.
Let me ask you, do you see yourself like in 5 years from now, do you see yourself having multiple locations?
That'd be great. That's always the goal. I learned from other business owners that, yeah, you should be saving up and trying to get a second location at least, or a different kind of business, just to grow. Real estate, you start with one building, and then you grow eventually to another building, grow your profit. So
and would
it's
that all
definitely
be in
something.
upstate, or would that all be in upstate, or would you be willing to bring a location to the city?
I would
Or maybe
love to go back
Brooklyn?
if the rent was lower, I'll go back.
Oh yeah, because they be trying to get these prices.
Yeah.
Well, right now is the perfect time.
Yeah,
So,
I just opened this one. Yeah.
I know, right? Unfortunately. Damn it. All right.
Yeah. This took me a month. I was here every day.
I know. Oh, gosh, you were sending me pictures, and I was like, oh, I wish I could be there. We could have a paint and sip party.
I know.
Sip and paint.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
All we do is drink.
Pretty much.
Right.
Right. Last time you were out here, the last time I have, first of all, listen, we're going to keep it real here. Yeah, I have yet to like make my way out there to the new spot or even the old spot, and you have yet to make your way here to our new apartment. Me and DJ's like, this is how COVID really impacted our friendship. Like I gave you, just like you gave us a walkthrough via camera phone, I gave you a walkthrough of my apartment the same way. I was like, look,
yeah,
this is the world now. This is where we are. But I remember when we were together, we went downtown to the manufacturing place, and at that time you were looking at like fabrics and stuff like that. Like I really love doing that, and I can't wait to like continue to do that with you. It was exhilarating to be behind the scenes and meet actual manufacturers who you're meeting, the people who like actually making the clothing, and they've got the fabric and all of the designs and they're drawing stuff. Like it was really awesome. And that's the part of the business that I love, like seeing the behind the scenes. And then you as the owner, like, cause you basically like you curate your shop. You're the buyer and the seller. So you go, you look for things, and unlike other big corporations where you have some middle person or many middle people, depending how big the conglomerate is, and you all are buying pieces, and the pieces are you're like kind of told what to get. You are going on your feelings and studying the industry. And I think you doing street fashion is really contemporary street style. Like I think it's interesting, it's refreshing, because clearly fashion now is getting very much well, some companies are trying to boring and copy and paste And now you got this thing called fast fashion, where H&M and Old Navy are all trying to compete, put out new items. Yeah, new items every 2 days and stuff. So I like what you're doing, Gio, and I think I've been saying it to you. Keep what you're doing, stick to it, continue to make your spot the exclusive destination location where people can't get these pieces anywhere else but there. And I love that you stick with that. And I think that's gonna really, really, 5 years from now, you're gonna be a household name. Mark my words here.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm trying to have some water.
All right, so I want to thank you for stopping by. And
yes, thank you for coming on our messy ass show.
Thank you. That too. And I can't wait to have you back. Guys, if you want to know more, you guys can follow Gio at right here below in the lower third here at Trend Up Giovanni or at Trend Up Store on social media. You guys can also go to trendup.com. And real quick, I just want to know you, Gio, you were coming on today, so I decided to wear the shirt that you gave me here. As you guys can see, this is the shirt you gave me for my birthday a while ago, I think 2 years ago or so. So I wore it to you. This is by Reason, one of the designers. And speaking of designers and deals, we here at Wednesday Night Kiki, we worked out a special deal for our Kiki watch. Chris, what the hell are we gonna call them? The Kiki watchers, our Kikiers.
Our Kikiers. we'll work on it.
Kikiers out there, right? All of the Kikiers, LaShawn, all of y'all, Sailor May, all of y'all. So here's the deal, guys. I don't know how long it's gonna last, but Giovanni was so our Kikiers, a special deal, guys. Look at this picture right here. You get exclusively 10% off if you go to trendupstore.com and put in the code WNKIKITV. You get an extra 10% off your sale here. And for items on the website specifically, we want to thank Giovanni Sentioni for being so nice and just, giving everyone the opportunity to shop online. Our Kikiers here. Thank you so much, Gio. And I can't wait to have you back on again.
Thank you. I can't wait to come back again for the updates.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See ya.
See ya.
Oh my God. That was fun. Look at us breaking exclusives and things on this show.
Okay. Today's show was a lot, honey. We got the Kiki about Jussie Smollett and all the drama from Delvon. We got the exclusive from Giovanni Sentioni with Trend Up Store new location, guys. Again, guys, put in the code WNKIKITV for extra 10% off your price there on the website. He has a lot of great deals. Support small businesses. Don't wait to Small Business Saturday. Support small businesses instead of going to Old Navy and H&M. Go to someone who works hard and somebody who deserves it. And because these corporations are going to be here, small businesses will not. Clearly, if anything, this pandemic has shown us the little people don't survive. All right, guys. Coming up, we are going to get into some trending stories. We got everything. Well, we did the Golden Globe, so whatever. This show has been produced backwards. Whatever. We did the Golden Globes, but we're going to break down James Charles and his messy allegations of child grooming. And we're going to talk about the drama of it all with the one and only, the princess of pop culture. And I ain't talking about Madonna. I'm talking about Paris Hilton. She is back, and we have the exclusive clip of her talking about the Britney Spears documentary and how it all connects to her, Lindsay Lohan, and so many more women in Hollywood. Do we have an issue, or has the issue always been there and we're finally talking about it? We're going to break that down. Plus, we're going to talk about the one and only T.S. Madison. All that and more. Keep it locked here on Wednesday Night Kiki.
Wait. Don't forget, before we go to break, we have a little game we're going to play called The Influencer versus The Influence. This is something that has been trending all over social media for the past 72 hours, and it's been dividing people and stuff. So I want y'all to play along with us and decide, do these certain celebrities influence a whole generation of newer celebrities and all this other stuff? So we're going to be a little messy with this game. You know, I love a little controversy. I love a little debate. So we're going to play this little game. There were some other topics we wanted to talk about, but this show is going to go on too long, so we cut all of them. So we're just going to bring up all this stuff like we just mentioned. Plus, we're going to talk about Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall, talking about how they were forced to cast a white comedian in the original Coming to America. This was Paramount pulling that bullshit. So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. So don't go away. We'll be right back with more Wednesday Night Kiki. We're going to take a short break because we don't want the show going for 8 hours. So yeah, we'll be right back.
Hello.
News week. Never. Here are this week's most trending stories. And we're starting it off Slow News Week. Never. Here are this week's most trending stories. And we're starting it off with what had happened was at the 78th Annual Golden Globe Awards. We're taking a look at all the glitz and glam, who won the best speech, and dare we say worst? Now, of course, y'all know we can't forget about all the winners and losers as well as the most viral moments of the night. Don't worry, we'll be the judge. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean okay. Ciao. I don't know what was going on, guys. We're having some massive tech issues right now. I couldn't even get my screen on. Unfortunately, this week trending stories is not going to play. Unfortunately, the internet gods are coming through on us and smashing us down. But we are going to talk about it. And so basically, as I mentioned before, we went
we'll
to
get
our
the video and we'll have it. We'll upload it to the Twitter and then the Instagram and all other stuff so we can see what it is. So, Yeah, but let me know what the trending topic is, because this is something that EJ puts together, so I have no idea what it is, and then I just respond to it. That's usually how we do the whole trending stories.
Yes. So we had the Golden Globes, which we spoke about, and then we went to this whole situation with well, we had T.S. Madison as well. You guys know she got her new show coming out tomorrow. And you wrote up on it on tribe.com. And wanted to celebrate her and give her her moment. The show will be premiering tomorrow. They had a sneak peek. It looks great.
So you watched the 15-minute sneak peek?
Mm-hmm. We watched it because we were watching Growing Up Hip Atlanta, and it came on right after, and so we just kept watching. But it was good. It's a good show. I love what they, how they
Grown Up Hip Hop. I heard R. Kelly's ex-wife is on there.
His wife, his children, they're all
a mess. But anyway. But all right, so
well, soon don't worry. Soon we're gonna see Clifford and Tamika Harris children up on there. So don't worry, girl.
I mean, they're gonna have to, because word on the street is that T.I. has been fired from the next Ant-Man movie, so he's out of a job.
Right.
But anyway, give your thoughts on T.S. Madison. That's what we should be celebrating. We're not gonna talk about these other, opportunists.
Right. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. No, I mean, T.S. Madison, you say about her that hasn't really been said, the nice words, shall I say, but she's in the trending stories, I said basically like she is the LGBTQ viral icon in the making. Like, her whole career is, her going viral and off of, Queen Supreme Court and doing the YouTubes and Instagrams and all that stuff before it even became a thing. Like, she was around, coming up the same way Cardi B did, basically. The only difference is that T.S. Madison didn't hop on Love and Hip Hop. Clearly Scott wasn't looking for them, but she did it her own way. And that's what I respect. She paved her own way. And as she said in that in her opening, she's here to take the seats of Wendy, all the girls. Kelly Ripa, she's coming for everyone. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, like I told you when we talked about it off camera, because y'all hadn't seen it yet, I was like, everything that she's doing is what I think Maddie and I have similar paths in regards to business aspects and how we trying to take over the whole media. We trying to take the whole media world by storm. We're doing things our way. We're creating actual content and just being our own authentic selves. We're not out here clout chasing and talk about that we talk to Michael Jackson on the phone and dance background for this celebrity and brought alcohol to Whitney Houston. Things they cannot even dance for Prince or whoever, and even people who are dead that can't vouch for if he's telling the truth, and making all these things, sitting here clout chasing. Like, this is not what we're here to do. We're here to bring you real authentic stories from an authentic point of view, with straight, no chasing, no bullshit, this, that, and the third. I'm not trying to suck the shit out of nobody's ass with no straw just so I can get invited to some damn industry party. That's not what we're here for. We're here to bring the tea, and we're here to bring it well and served on a silver plate. So one of the things that I like about Maddie and I is like we're going on that trail slowly, but we're getting there. And I like the fact that she's making these moves with the whole show on WeTV. Now, the one thing I am worried about is hopefully she won't fall into the same pitfall as, say, the Braxtons, where, they helped launch that network and they were talking about all the issues that they were having with the channel, how they were underpaid, where they don't have control of the narrative like the Kardashians did over at E! And all the issues that she's been saying a lot recently in interviews in regards of how she had to deal with a lot of craziness over at WeTV and all the other stuff with that. So hopefully Maddie doesn't fall into that pitfall. I'm hoping that they will allow this show to be its authentic self, because that's what I feel like from what we've seen so far. Everybody just being a real authentic self. So I hope the fame doesn't go to people's heads, that they don't allow the people behind the scenes to ruin what she's all about. And I hope that, you know, that she does get to the place where she is the first Black trans woman to have her own talk show, whether it's daytime, nighttime, whatever. I do think, and I've said this to you before, it's time we get some diversity on television. We don't have any people of color that are really taking daytime by storm. I mean, you have Wendy Williams, but there's only but so much that she gives us. I mean, she's so damn desperate for audiences. She's trying to do after show hot topics. And the hot topics you talk about ain't even that interesting. So, and you always mad late with something. Like, she had the nerve to sit up in here and fix her mouth to say that she made Bolo famous. I'm like, child, nobody even remembered he was on your show. What are you talking about? When he was on there in 2017 with Vivica's, little stripper group that she had going on. I didn't remember Bolo was in there. Right. So she's talking about she giving people jobs. Girl, you can't even keep a job. So besides the Wendy Williams show. But other than that, and then, I still mad at her over what she did to Aaliyah in that whole movie. But nevertheless, bring it on back to the topic at hand. I just hope that, we need some trans people. We need some gay folk. We don't want to keep being behind the scenes. We got shit to say too, and we're taking over, social media. Social media seems to be the place where we can really go and express ourselves. But it'd be nice if the networks could catch up and give opportunities to people. Like, where's the next Black gay Arsenio Hall in late night? Late night is real stale. Same freaking people with the same format, the same suit behind a desk, interviewing the same tired ass A-list celebrities. So I'm proud of her and what she's coming to. And if the networks won't support and give her what she needs, then honey, stick to the social media, because the internet is where it's at.
Yeah, I just you hit something on the buzzer. Like, it is the same people that they're interviewing, and it's like, how much can we as a culture sit here and watch the same over? Like, it becomes kind of redundant. And I think that's why the industry is failing to get new content.
Yeah, that's why that's why I like with our show, every week on Wednesday Night Kiki, we've been bringing different people in. They may not be big names, but they're all doing something. There are people who are behind the scenes that are making moves, whether it's, Giovanni in fashion, whether it's our guy, whether it's, oh my God, Riparachi. We had Delvon, who's in the fashion world. So we have so many different people that's coming in that's in different aspects of the industry. They may not be big names, but they're doing something interesting. And to me, having conversations with interesting people is way more interesting than me sitting down with Matt Damon talking about politics. Or,
True.
What embarrassing thing their child did that they want to put on TV. Like, who cares? Because the stuff we really want to talk about, y'all don't want to talk about. But not Matt Damon, but these big A-list celebrities. So yeah, kudos to Maddie. So what was the next story that you had on trending stories? Because if y'all want to watch the whole Golden Globes thing, you just wait until this thing is over, and you could rewind to the beginning when we did break down the whole Golden Globe story.
Yeah. Next on the list was Paris Hilton. And she's back, and she's talking about what happened with her, and because Brittany wasn't the only one, and I actually enjoyed it. I listened to that she did. If we didn't have issues on this show, I would play the clip, but I don't want to risk it at it anymore. But she basically alluded to the fact that, the entire media never nice to any of the girls. And, digging deeper, there were clips that people found of her, being mistreated and all of this, nonsense, if you will, of just how the media did. And it all hits home because, like I said, we're still talking about it. And Yahoo written up a really good, interesting story here about the fact that why people are cringing watching old celebrity interviews. And I kind of agree with their consensus, basically saying that, like, you know, the demand for people like Diane Sawyer and, you know, Justin Timberlake and stuff like that. And it says here, it continued when the meme account literally.iconic posted David Letterman interviewing Paris Hilton. And it says here,
he did a cringe interview with Lindsay Lohan too.
Yeah, we played that TikTok video that went around, last episode. And this one says here, where basically he grilled her over her 3-week jail sentence for violating probation following a traffic offense. And it, you know, it says it's painful to watch. And it just goes on and on about, you know, just so many people. And it goes on about Ed McMahon, who, you know, obviously was talking to, I believe, a young Britney Spears. So it just goes on and on and on. People keep digging, and we could sit here and play the whole, well, it was a different time back then, guys, and oh, they needed to get the spin and stuff. Like, okay, that's their job, but when do we draw the line? Like, and clearly there was no line back then, and I still think there's no line now, because you still have Corey Feldman and many other people who are still going through this and crying to the mountains, and we don't listen to them, you know. And the sad part is that we tend to wait until it's too late. And I'm just glad that she's speaking her piece now, rather than having the New York Times do a, you know, framing Paris and framing such and such. Like, and secondly, like, you brought up a good point about these celebrities, and I was trying to allude to that earlier, but these celebrities interviewing the same people, and like, even with Paris Hilton, like, I don't like the fact that she has a podcast. I don't like the fact a lot of these celebrities who, I guess, during quarantine has nothing else better to do, and then they go hop on a podcast for a quick 6-8 episode run and have everyone else waiting forever for the remainder, because they get super busy or whatever. Like, and I don't think people put a podcast on, and I don't want to sit here and watch.
You want to know something? Jason Lee literally said the same thing you were saying when he was interviewing Tamar Braxton. Now, you know, I don't particularly care for Jason Lee, but he does what he does.
Right.
That's what I was talking about when it comes to, like, clout chasing and all this other foolishness. Well, however he does his show, okay, that's cute. That's all on you. But when he did the recent interview with Tamar Braxton, he pretty much said that because he had her on the show to talk about Under Construction, her new show, and he says it's all about, like, trying to make yourself a better person, this, that, and the third. Whereas you have on podcasts, you have celebrities interviewing other celebrities, and they're talking about a bunch of nothing. Who cares about Dax Shepard having a relapse over smoking weed? Like, that's not entertaining to me. To me, it's like, if you're going to do a podcast, you should come in and you need to open up and express yourselves in a way that we haven't seen you express before, without the worry that you're going to lose endorsement deals or whatever the case is. What I don't like is what you're saying. We need people who are creating podcasts. There needs to be a reason behind it. Like, trying to give people advice or bettering themselves and bettering yourself. And so it needs to be about, what does this podcast entail? Why is it so important? Like, I see so many celebrities now coming out trying to do podcasts, and you're talking about a bunch of nothing. And I feel like you're only jumping on this bandwagon because it's popular. A lot of us have been influencing and making content for years, trying to build our audience, and then these celebrities just jump on the bandwagon and they just get the red carpet just laid out for them. It's kind of the same behavior, the same attitude people have towards people who started out on OnlyFans, and now everybody who's a famous person wants to, like, y'all got millions of dollars and you already have more money than a lot of these people who are creating content on OnlyFans, and now you want to jump on the bandwagon and make more money. So that's kind of the attitude. But I guess on the flip side, if you've been doing what you're doing, you know, those people will sit and stick and support you. If you continue to do what you're doing, just worry about yourself. These celebrities are going to jump on a fad and they'll be forgotten, or their shows most likely will fail, because y'all think people can smell the bullshit. People will see the ones who are real and about it, and those fake ones will fall to the wayside, and we'll just keep doing what we're doing, keeping these damn streaming services afloat. But one of the things I wanted to say to jump on the whole thing that you were saying, the New York Times, when you were talking, I was doing a little research because I was like, maybe I just want to refresh myself on some things. The New York Times did an amazing article on celebrity and women and how the media treated them, and they brought up some stuff. They said, especially like how it was in the 90s and the way they treated female celebrities, or in the the 2000s, they call it the aughts, but in the 2000s, Lindsay now lives in Dubai, and she says that she feels safe. Paris, who in a 2020 documentary, but I did not see, detailed emotional and physical abuse she suffered as a teen. Yeah, Janet, who was blacklisted after the Super Bowl situation, but which left her breasts exposed, or as I like her black titty, because apparently y'all scared of a black titty. But Justin Timberlake, that old clout chasing, succubus, went on to basically have a career off the back of Britney and off the back of Janet, and got to perform by himself at the Super Bowl halftime show. Now, I did mention in the show earlier that Janet has a documentary coming out on Lifetime, I believe I said 2022. So it's going to be in 2 parts. So she's going to be spilling all the tea, including the thing that happened between the infamous Super Bowl situation. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that. You also forget Brandy, described faking her marriage for fear of being an unwed mother would threaten her career. We can't forget about Anna Nicole Smith, who was a troubled actress and model, who was labeled white trash when she was alive and obtrusively voluptuous in her obituary where she was dead. And then let's not forget Whitney Houston, whose marital problems and battle with drug addiction were broadcast to the world in the early 2000s on that Bravo series, being Bobby Brown. And then you had, Diane Sawyer, that infamous interview. Show me the receipts. I want to see the receipts. Are you a crackhead? I don't smoke crack. Crack is cheap. All that came from the Diane Sawyer interview. So people have to realize it was in those days, and the fact that the media were feeding into that. And people don't realize, like, in those days, how disgusting the media was, and how we as the viewer and the consumer were so swept up in it, and we were so thirsty for it. And I believe we all played a part in it. It was entertaining. And that doesn't necessarily mean it was right, but we were entertained by it.
I agree. It definitely was, something that we were all salivating for. I think because back then, like, same thing with the Me Too situation. Like, we were all just like this year. They were all young, having fun. This is TMZ, obviously, at their prime. And, it's a sad situation. However, like I said, I don't think it's going to stop, because the media has gotten so good at, like, just angling their way around things. And it's interesting you brought up Brandy. I saw that New York Times article, and they did shout her out in there. And not that I forgot, it's just that I guess I'm such a diehard fan. I moved on along, so has she. And, and every time she does post something, I see someone hop on there and you killed someone, and like, as if like she did not go through trial and tribulations and did the whole court case and settled with the family and stuff. And, and it is sad that someone died, but it wasn't her fault. The brakes were liable, and she did not get charged for murder because it was a faulty brake. That happens. It's very rare, but it happens. And, but there are other people who actually are doing way worse things, and such as Ed Buck, such as a T.I., such as there's something going around on out there spreading around about some gay cult. That's a whole nother conversation out in Atlanta. But and I guess because it's Black lives, it doesn't get that much attention. And clearly we live in a white media controlled stratosphere, if you will. Like, Black media doesn't have the same pull as a People magazine. The Shade Room don't have the same pull as People. The Shade Room is not getting, and I don't think the Shade Room want the same pull as People, but it's 2 different markets. But point being is, like, People magazine would get pulled before Shade Room does, unless they're pulling something that is like really, like this T.I. story is getting pulled everywhere. But I found out about it through the Black sites, and now it's making its way to other publications and stuff. So it's sad, Chris, because these women, they're grown women now, and they are of age, but they're still affected by it. And I think we think a lot of, you know, celebrities like, oh, move on, you filthy rich though, and da da da. But that has nothing to do with their mental and physical well-being. And I think that's what we're trying to convey here on this show, is that like celebrities are real. You know, once the cameras are done, you know, shooting and they make their money off of whether it be a crotch shot or a sniffing cocaine in a bathroom shot or whatever it is, they have to deal with ramifications of that. Sit here and walk past the newsstand and see pictures of them everywhere and some of the salacious things, and there's nothing they could do because in this country, you know, the system is made up the way it is, unless it's something illegal or private photos. You know, this is the business. And but also on the flip side, this is the damage of the business that they're in. So on one hand, you have people who say, well, they signed up for it. They signed up for it. So what? Okay, that is true. They did sign up for it, but did they sign up for that? Did they sign up to have these you know, publications write the things that they did? I mean, I just put up that picture.
A lot of stories are fabrications. Like they're not 1,000% true in a lot of these situations.
Look at the headlines.
It's bullying. It's name calling. You're calling people white trash. You're calling people whores. Speaking of which, we definitely need to talk about, because we were talking about whores. Should we? I mean, I want to wrap this up, but we definitely got to talk about Todrick Hall jumping into this Beyonce conversation when it ain't got nothing to do with his old slave ass. I need him to mind his goddamn business and let this white woman fight her own battle. Why does he keep jumping into stuff?
Right.
They ain't got nothing to do with
it. We're about to get to that. We're about to get to that.
But yeah,
these are some of the headlines here.
Yeah, like inside the heart, mind, and bedroom of a teen dream. It's like, that sounds very pedophilic. And I remember I bought that magazine. I bought the Rolling Stone magazine with Britney on the cover. Christina Aguilera, she's hot, she's sexy, and she's downloadable. I mean, was she of age when they wrote that? So we sexualize these young girls. You have people who are behind the scenes that prop these girls up and tell them that, you know what, you'll get more attention if you wear this and you do this. There was a story. I forgot. Oh, it was on The Real. That's what it was. With Jeannie Mai, I think they were talking about the whole Britney Spears situation, and she wouldn't mention the name of the celebrity. I wish I would find out who it is, but she said something or another that she was, you know, because back before this, people don't know, before The Real, she was a stylist, so she worked behind the scenes. And I always tell people, if you want to know the true tea, you don't go to celebrities, you go to the makeup people, you go to the hair people, you go to the stylists. The people that work behind the scenes, they see everything. So those are the people, when I would be on movie sets, I would be hanging around with them because you would find out the stuff. So she said that there was a young girl who was visibly uncomfortable. She did not want to wear this outfit. It had under boob and everything, and she was underage. And they were telling her, including her own mother, was telling her, oh, you'll get over it. Just go with it. Go out there and perform. It's not a big deal, because all they're thinking about is the almighty dollar. You don't want to say no to these people, because then they're gonna, you know, find ways to come down on you and cut your endorsement deal. So there's a lot of, you know, fear and threatening on your career when you have these more powerful people who are thinking more or less about fattening their own pockets than your own well-being. So now you got this girl out there performing with her tits all out, and she don't want to be that way, but she's got to push through, she's got to perform, and she's got to deal with the trauma afterwards, which is why some of you wonder why a lot of these young girls end up doing drugs, they end up having premarital sex, they get knocked up at a young age, you know, they're doing all kinds of things because it's an act of rebellion, or they get caught up and swept up in the wrong crowd or the wrong situation. So it's just a whole crazy slippery. This whole business needs a reconstruction, or you know, a cleansing, an exorcism. Throw some holy water up in there. So I feel for these children, and people, you know, we need to start protecting kids, young people. That's one of the reasons why I always said, like, it was a fear of mine to even fully stick my foot into the entertainment industry as a child, because I always felt like someone would try to, you know, molest me or do something. So that's why I was like, you know what, I'm just pulling on back. I'm gonna stay away from this whole situation and tiptoe my way in there, you know, one little step at a time. Because, child, I'd probably be Corey Feldman by now if I was, you know, or Corey Haim. I'd probably be on drugs or dead.
Well, I mean, and that's the sad reality of like of Hollywood. Like, you know, I had aspirations too of going to Hollywood and I was in theater class and trying to, pursue my dreams, and I was a huge watcher of the show Friends, and that kind of got me into acting, and in love with Jennifer Aniston, and just her as a comedic actress and stuff, and so it got me into it. And like I said, I was in high school, so it was something I really, really wanted to do. But the thing that stopped me was the cost of living in LA, because it was really hard.
It's very expensive.
Yeah, it's super expensive. And the place that I wanted to live right across the street from the school I wanted to go to. I wanted to go to the American Music and Drama Academy, AMDA. There you go. And it's one in New York and one in LA, right by Hollywood and Vine. And I wanted to go to that one, but like I said, it was super expensive to do that, and get all of the finance. And I was young, so okay.
Anywhere in like downtown LA, it's very expensive over there, because I used to live in Silver Lake. So, and I always, when people don't understand what Silver Lake is, I always say it's basically the Williamsburg of LA. So it's very trendy. It's got a little edge, but it's also like it's got that hipster energy. And I wasn't driving out there, so there's always a way to get around. Like, you could take an Uber, or you could take a cab. I mean, not a cab. You could take an Uber, you could take a bus. And so the buses will literally take me through, West Hollywood into Beverly Hills and all this stuff. So I'm like, it's always ways to get around. I just decided, because I was not trying to buy no damn car. Oh, peace, bitch. I live for that. You can get around via, the metro. So I purposely put myself in an area where it was easily accessible to get to the metro around there. So, we could talk about this till the cows come home, but yeah, we'll probably keep talking about this until it's blue in the face and things are done. But I just like that. Like the whole thing with the Golden Globes. The only way things are going to change if people keep talking about it, and we push our way into making the changes that need to be done. So, I'm feeling for these girls, and the more the Paris and them talk, I think things will most likely change.
Real quick, she said here, shout out to the days.com, says here, I just can't imagine being controlled like that. When you're an adult and you worked your whole life to build this empire, and then to be treated like a child is not fair. And she goes on and says about, from the moment I wake up and leave my house to the moment I get into bed, they be chasing me. Regarding to the paparazzi. If you guys want to know more, you can go check out the Paris Hilton podcast, which is available podcast wherever they are. Wherever you get your podcast at. It's listen to some pop culture princess that I call her, because Paris Hilton and Britney Spears created the selfies. End of story.
I like the fact that I like the fact that Paris has been able to continue to manifest and do things on her own, and she's trying to get pregnant now. She's in a relationship. I guess that's the boo right there. And I think, I think once Britney is emancipated from her parent, her father, who still, I saw recently, was talking about the whole situation. I'm not even going to bring that up on here, because I'm tired of talking about, everybody's got a new response every other day about this whole Britney situation. I think once she is fully emancipated and she gets some sense of freedom, I don't think she even is willing to come back to music. I think she's done. She just wants to be done. I feel like she had a passion for it, and what's happened to her in her life has ruined her love for performing and music and this, that, and the third. And I think what she probably wants to do is, get knocked up by Sam, marry him, and be the mother that she intended to be with Sean and Jaden, but wasn't able to do because, the conservatorship and the drugs and the mental health and all this other stuff that was going on with there. So this is her opportunity, I think, to make everything right with a new baby. Sometimes that happens. Not sometimes. A lot of times that happens with parents when they screw up with their kids. When the kids have kids, the grandparents usually try to right the wrongs that they did with their kids through the grandkids. So we see that happen time and time again. And I think that's what'll happen. But they need to hurry the hell up, because Brittany about to turn 40 this year. Them eggs about to get powdered. It's hard to have kids when you're in your 40s.
Well, there are thankfully to modern medicine, there are ways of going around that.
Yeah, she has the money.
Real quick, lastly, shout out to 2Fab for this story here. In the trending stories, you guys, when you guys see the video, you'll see that I allude to someone else who is saying that she went through traumatic experiences too, not just Paris and Brittany. As I said, there are many, many, many other people who experienced this. And one of the people that I was talking about is none other than the talk show host herself, Drew Barrymore. And she says she was at a psychiatric ward stint at 13 years old. And she emphasizes with Britney Spears and Paris Hilton. She goes on here and speaking about her situation. And she says it's hard to grow up in front of people. And she says here, choking up is just hard. And she's on Howard Stern. And she says here, I was going to clubs and not going to school, stealing my mom's car. And I was out of control. So sometimes it was as humorous as that, and sometimes I just get so angry that I would go off and I get thrown into the thing. She explained the thing was a psychiatric ward where she stayed for 18 months, but it was not a luxury rehab facility, according to her. I used to laugh at those Malibu 30-day places. The 46-year-old talk show host stated. She goes on and says, sort of the opposite experience I had. I was in a place for a year and a half called Van Nuys Psychiatric. And you couldn't mess around in there. If you did, you would be thrown in either a padded room or get put in a stretcher restraints and tied up. I asked myself, why is this happening? And I thought maybe you need the craziest form of structure because everything was so accessible and available and screwed up in your world that maybe it's going to make something like this for you to the rest of your life. And it goes on and on and on. And it says here that this experience allows her to empathize with other women, including Brittany and so many. So like I said, these stories are going to continue because a lot of these women in Hollywood are grown and society today. And because of Me Too and Time's Up and Black Lives Matter and everything that you could think, BT equality or whatever the hashtag is, you have a voice now. And now it's okay to share your stories. And I think the more they continue to talk about it, the more we continue to normalize being okay with not being okay. And that's what it boils down to. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to have bad days. It's okay to because once you come through it, then you can speak on your own experience. Like you're able to spread the knowledge, like we spoke about last week with last episode with Sherry Pie and how Tamron Hall and Joey, aka Sherry, about do you want to give back to the community and talk about being bipolar and how you can possibly face of this, not necessarily the voice, but the face of bipolar for people like yourself in the community who may feel like that they don't have a voice. And I think it's super important for celebrities to do that because Michelle Obama said something that's very, I think, very, very eloquent, straight to the point is that, and this goes for everyone, people watching this show and you watch the repeat, if you consider yourself what you say, I want to be a celebrity, the minute that fame comes into your fortune, into your lap, and whether you like it or not, as Michelle Obama said, you are immediately a role model. So these are the things that people don't think about. And it's like, well, Cardi B is not a role model for your daughter.
Yes, she is.
Right. Well, in theory, in a sense, saying like, you
shouldn't be raising your damn kids. That's up to the parent. The parent should be raising their goddamn kids. Because I'll say this: I love celebrities. I like the entertainment industry. Like this is a passion. Like I love celebrity news, pop culture. That's that's why I've been doing what I've been doing for almost 2 damn decades. However, the people that I've always admired is my damn parents because I got good ones. So the rest of y'all who's sitting around here thinking that you should allow Cardi B and the rest of them to raise your damn kids, bitch, you need to step up as a goddamn parent and raise your own children and stop looking to these celebrities to raise your kids for you. So on that note, I just want to respond to the thing that you were saying. I applaud Drew Barrymore for coming out and speaking, because if you've been following Drew Barrymore's career, which I have, because I've been alive since before speech replaced sign language. One of the things I have to say is that I've followed Drew Barrymore's career, and I remember when she got on David Letterman's desk and flashed him her boobs, and I remember when she posed for Playboy. I don't think I bought it. I think I saw it on. I'm trying to remember that. Oh, I remember. there was a classmate that had the magazine. You know, it was his father's or whatever the case was. So it was like you would, back in the days when you would ride the school bus, you had your classmates would bring porn magazines and stuff on the bus, and we'd all sit and look at them. And I remember I had a stack of them. My father found them. That was interesting. When I was a teenager, I was like 14 with a stack of porn magazines. They weren't gay porn; they were straight porn. That the gay porn story, that I'll have to say that for another time. But I remember that you know, she was going through the stint in rehab, and she was on drugs, and she was doing, you know, it was something because she was exposed to so much as a child. And then her mother, Jade Barrymore, she was a mess herself. So she comes from a legacy of celebritydom. So you can just imagine what she had to deal with, the overall pressure of being a child actor and the things she had to experience when she was in the entertainment industry. The many stories I'm sure she could probably tell in a memoir if she's ever written one. I'm not sure if Drew has written a memoir, but I think she should, because she's probably got a lot of stuff to spill if she never plans on acting. Just wait until you retire from acting and release it. But that'd be something interesting to read. Now, on the whole thing about Sherry Pie, I'm glad you brought that up, because I just found out a friend of mine, Michael Cook, who's a writer for Instinct magazine, just did an article that I had come across with Logan Hardcore, who was a drag queen in New York. Now, Logan Hardcore, I did not realize this, did an interview on her podcast with Sherry Pie. And I have to say, that interview 1,000 times better than what you heard or saw on Todrick Hall. On Tamron Hall. We're going to talk about Todrick in a minute. But on the Tamron Hall show, because on the Tamron Hall show, I felt like we didn't learn anything new that we hadn't already heard from the blogs and from Sherry. I forgot her damn government name, but just now. But seeing that we actually had a fellow drag queen who was like, I have a lot of questions. I'm inquisitive. I want to know the situations going on. And the overall consensus felt like Sherry was blowing a whole bunch of smoke, and we still have ended up with more questions than answers. And I don't feel like she's truly atoned for her situation. And then I also started thinking about it, because I was like, let me just really sit on it and marinate it. Does Sherry have a chance of making a comeback in the gay community, and would people support her? I don't think so. I think Sherry Pie is done. I don't think there's a way that she can come back from all these accusations. And who's going to book you? Like, no gay community or club or bar is going to want to touch you. I mean, yeah, she did a little run, whatever, at this place in upstate, this bar. But for the most part, Drag Race is not going to have you at DragCon. I can't see any major club or bar that's going to, because, the gays love canceling. So I don't see Sherry Pie being able to sustain or even get beyond this situation that she's in. So like you were saying, if you're going to jump in this business, you need to really think about it, because those skeletons that you had hidden, they always find a way of coming out. So you just need to be careful and really think about whether or not this is something you want to jump into.
Right.
So any more parts of the trending hot stories?
Yes, there is. And I'm trying to pull it up right now. Grr. So what we're going to get to is the final story before we wrap up this show. We're going to get to the messiest of it all. Chris, take it away with this James Charles story.
Okay, so it came out, first of all, this story came out on Saturday during, before I was even going to go on air for the Chris Avalon show, but I was like, you know what, I'm going to save this for Wednesday Night Kiki, because we could bring up the pictures, we could sit and talk about it, and, do a whole production. So, as of today, 2 more fans have accused James Charles of acting inappropriately towards them after the beauty YouTuber was accused of grooming a 16-year-old last week. Now, this shout out to Paper Magazine for the latest story, by the way. So last Friday, a TikTok user named Isaiah, aka @RedZay, or REDZAI, alleged that the 21-year-old sent him unsolicited news on Snapchat and pressured him to reciprocate the sex, even despite Isaiah telling him he was 16. And while Isaiah reportedly posted screenshots of the purported exchange, Insider notes that the video has since been taken down by Twitter for violating the platform's guidelines. Now, in response to accusations, huh?
Oh. I said, I bet.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, "Oh, we having a the View moment?" Was like, "Huh? What?" The delays. Okay. So, in response to the accusations, Charles issued a lengthy statement on Friday in which called the account completely false and claimed that Isaiah told me he was 18, so I started flirting back. I woke up to several snaps from this person and being excited, I added him back saying he loved me and also lewd photos of himself in the shower. Charles said, explaining that he had added Isaiah on Snapchat after seeing a photo of him on Instagram. In the excitement of meeting someone I thought could be potentially great, I didn't ask for a copy of his ID or passport. After adding that Isaiah insisted on continuing talking after admitted he was 16, at this point, Charles claimed that he unfriended him. So, he posted a lengthy thing on his Twitter. If you want to go and read that, you can, which is about grooming and pedophilia. I'm not going to read all that here because it's a lot. Now, DMs to Insider, Isaiah said that Charles had lied in his tweet and that his TikTok bio says I'm 16. The publication then went to report that one of Isaiah's TikToks about the issue was removed following Charles' statement. That said, 2 more people have now come forward to also accuse Charles of acting inappropriately. Now, in a series of since-deleted tweets, exactly. Now, in a series of since-deleted tweets, a user named AONNJ reportedly claimed that he was 17 when Charles reached out, though nothing sexual occurred. Even so, A0NNJ recalled thinking it was weird that Charles was flirting with a minor. And so someone by the name of Death Noodles wrote on Twitter, who could have seen this coming? James Charles accused by second underage boy of allegedly having inappropriate interactions. While the 17-year-old said nothing sexual happened, he alleges James allegedly continued to flirt with him after he told him he was 17. And they got all the details and stuff in there. Like, there's screenshots of everything, and I'm looking dead at it. It says in the video, I introduced myself and said I was 17. In the photo he sent, he continued to flirt and said he thought I was a catfish and that I was cute. I never got sexual, just wanted to put this out as many guys have had similar experiences with him. And then they showed OFC, and then there's a video link, and it says, I look terrible right now, haha. And then James sent a photo, and the person who wrote it, it says, is that you in the photos you posted? And then the person who's flirting back said, yeah, OFC, and then showed the video, and then says it never got sexual, but it was still weird how he continued to talk to me and flirt after I told him I was 17, but hearing many other guys speak up about it, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. Chia, what do you say about this? And do you think this is going to go away? Because me, I think this is, like, I can't put nothing past this whole James Charles situation. Like, to me, this seems like that scene out of that YouTube reality show we had, where it's like, when you get in trouble, how do you slither your way out of a controversy? Like, this is basically him taking a page out of his own handbook. So I'm gonna send you the link of that tweet, by the way.
Right.
But what you think?
Oh wait, I put up the wrong thing, Chad. Hold on. Multitasking.
His eyebrows.
I don't know, girl, but sis is shook. So I mean, hello, she's shook. I listen. I don't think it's gonna go away. The fact that there's more people, there's a story. I think the story you were alluding to. And when I got popculture.com saying that he got more tweets this morning after he tweeted good morning, just good morning got you hounded. And so I don't think it's gonna go away. I definitely think that I think that there is some validity here for the simple fact this is not the first time that James Charles was in this type of situation. And it's really, frustrating when, people that you know of or heard of or, in the community that we see get, to this level where they are doing some things that, none of us would assume, them do. Like, And but I also think it's a matter of just, you know, not take people with a grain of salt. Like, just because they're your favorite celebrities doesn't mean that these people are not bad people. Like, I have a friend who follows Jeffree Star, and Jeffree Star is another one who's caught up in a lot of shit, who actually lost. But that he lost deals because of his racist past. He lost makeup deals. So James Charles, if this is true, he should be another one that allegedly, right? Allegedly, then he should.
We don't get sued. Allegedly,
right. And it says here, this is his response. On the 26th, he says here, there's a video going around talking Twitter of a guy coming in groomer, blah blah blah. He going and says, I came across someone on Instagram on my he came across someone on my Instagram Explorer page. Like, are you kidding me? My Instagram Explorer. So you do what we all do. Let's be honest. We go to Instagram, little search button, and a lot of times through the algorithm, if they know that you're someone who's gay, you know, and you like a lot of pics, and the men's doing the muscle, you know, the muscle pictures, and the niggas that work out with the hard-ons. Okay, great. So now Instagram
they send you those to follow. They show up in your feed, and you pretty much can like it and follow them and like their photos and stuff. Because it happens to me.
It has basically, he saw someone. And someone that he followed and added him on Snapchat. And he goes on and says, we haven't spoke since. Over here it says, I'm not a victim blaming or victimizing myself either, simply sharing what happened, and what happened was not okay. After false allegations like this in the past, you see what I'm saying? He has a problematic past. So it's like, you had allegations like this in the past, and you decided, because you got away with it, James Charles, you decided to go do it again, and now you're caught in another situation. And it's easy for celebrities to be catfish. And this is why I did something called Raya. I think that's what it's called, Raya, where celebrities go on and they have to have agents and all this exclusivity stuff. And I think that that's smart. I think that that's fair for celebrities to get like, you know, you got to get double checked and stuff to make sure that you're the right person. You did this to yourself. You decided to click on a picture, and now you're caught in a situation. And if this is true, which it seems like it is, because to me, if you had this in the past and it's coming up again, that means you are what they call a pedophile. And I know this is allegedly,
and that'll follow him around for the rest of his life if he's convicted.
Thank you. You have habitual ways of acting like a pedophilic person. It's like, come on. It's just like the guy on the cheerleading Netflix show, the black kid, I forget his name. He's in jail right now for doing the exact same thing, but even worse with videos. And
he was having actual sex and filming it.
Yeah, but with young boys at this practically the same age or young. It's just like this is why also. And I'll leave it here. I know I hate that we get so political on here, but it's just that the way we live in the world now, everything is socio-political and socioeconomic, like it just connects. But this is why we have the evangelical right who goes and says that gay men are connected to pedophilia and all this stuff, like this because of connotations like people like James Charles. And yes, I'm not saying this. Right. And I do believe it is an illness. I do believe there is some psychosis of the mind up there where they're chemically unbalanced, that they have a desire for young children. That is a mental illness.
Yeah, this conversation has been explored on episodes of Law & Order SVU. So yes, I do believe there's a chemical imbalance.
Right. And it just creates that narrative. And like, I'm not saying James Charles. I mean, listen, at this point, people are going to say what they're going to feel because it's out here and we live in a public opinion world. And I'm sure he's getting trashed, just like Todrick is about to in about another 5 minutes to the Todrick story. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to go away, Chris. I just, and I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't because you have a past.
Here's the thing. If it does go away, then we'll have to just constantly bring it up and remind people because, like I've said, that there's always been something about James Charles that he rubs me the wrong way. Like, he's just super problematic. There's just been certain things that he's done in this industry. For me, I don't follow him, but I know a lot of people who do follow him, but I do hear things and I'm just be looking like, oh, she just makes my skin crawl. So, if these allegations are true, I hope that they are explored. And I love the fact that we have men and young boys coming out saying that they are being violated or that asking for nudes and this and the other. There was one person I forgot to bring up. I forgot to bring up the third accuser, who goes by Life of Fuzzy over on TikTok, who basically posted several tweets in an 8-part series about his interaction with Charles. So if you go and look up Life of Fuzzy over on TikTok, you can pretty much just see his account, or he's also Life of Fuzzy. That's LIFEOFUZZY. If you go over on his Twitter, he has a lot of stuff over there as well, and basically said that things got weird after 3 days of talking when Charles asked him for a dick pic. And
see what I'm saying?
And the boy and Life of Fuzzy, he's a cutie, so I can see why like you, but still that don't make it right. So basically,
the problem is that like. The problem, I'm sorry, but the problem is that like he gets all this power because he's a social media celebrity. So everything he does goes viral, gets all this attention. His head he's on cloud 9, and he not necessarily thinks, he believes. He's no different than the mindset of someone like Governor Cuomo we spoke about earlier. And yes, guys, gay men, gay femme, cunty boys like these two here, they can be predators. People think predators are gotta be heterosexual dominant men. No, it can be women.
But for the most part they are that, statistics, but you do have your women and you have your gay men as well. So I mean, we've seen enough episodes of To Catch a Predator to know that that predators come in all forms and stuff. It's not necessarily also about sex, it's about power and having power over people who are considered weaker than you. And a lot of you people, when you have power and influence, you feel like I'm untouchable and I could do whatever the hell I want. But also let's not also forget, remember, Tati Westbrook, who was a former mentor of James Charles, basically brought up that he was sexually preying on straight men. So Life of Fuzzy says that the preyation happened around the time of the whole Tati Westbrook feud in 2019. So this story I don't know if E! News and TMZ and the rest of them are picking up this story, but if they're not going to pick it up, we're going to talk about it. And shout out to Paper Mag for putting this story together, because y'all pretty much had all the notes that I can revert to and bring it up here. So yes.
Yeah, it's like I said, I hope for one that it doesn't go away. People like James Charles need to be held and dealt with. And it's always sad to see someone who who has immense talent, but that he, just like Sherry Pie and T.I., the list goes on and on. They all do it to themselves because ego gets in the way. And you do things and you get caught up in it. And I do believe that if 3 people came out in the past week, that this will, maybe tomorrow's Thursday, Friday. I believe starting Monday, this will be everywhere. James, this would be everywhere. I think right now, like this is the end of the week, so they already got their newscasters already got their, GMAs and stuff. They already got the stuff that they're doing. It may pop up on there, but I think Monday, because once more people write about this, like, because right now you have Paper and popculture.com. These are like pop culture magazines, and researchers at AB7 and NBC News, they're not looking at popculture.com. They're waiting for it to hit AP, CNN, or stuff that they pull from, like the bigger outlets. They all share shit.
Because of the major outlets are talking about it, then oh my God, we got to jump on the bandwagon. It's funny how people just can't bring up interesting stories without it. It has to trend. It's like, well, it's funny how we have a segment called Trending Stories, and these are the stories that's actually trending, but the Johnny Come Latelys, they'll wait until next week. I'm like, okay, we done moved on. Same thing with Wendy Williams. So I'm like, we break it first. On what planet? Chromatica? Okay. Because it ain't on Earth. But anyway, so let's move on from that top. We'll keep you guys abreast of that story as it develops. But yeah, let's talk about Todrick Hall. Todrick Hall, this is, or as I like to refer to him, Taylor Swift's personal house slave. He's pretty much being accused of slut-shaming other people while defending Taylor Swift. So now, earlier this week, Swift, who long rebuked, I rebuke thee, Satan. The double standard fills scrutiny of her dating life, called out Netflix's new series, Ginny and Georgia, for making a lazy, deeply sexist joke about a character going through men faster than Taylor Swift. Now, I want to say, where is the lie in that? How many boyfriends has she had throughout her career and has made a career writing songs about said boyfriends that have done her wrong or whatever the case was? So I can't make a one-liner that is actually funny. Like, girl, take the stick out your ass. Speaking of sticks and asses, Todrick had to jump in on his conversations. Now, before we get to what he had to say, Swift wrote, "How about we stop degrading hardworking women by defining this horse shit as funny?" She wrote, before taking past collaborator Netflix a task after Miss Americana, this outfit doesn't look cute on you. Oh, so you think because you put a documentary on Netflix that they're supposed to sit and kiss your ass? Sweetie, this is not the record industry. Like, we're not kissing your ass, and you're not playing, you're not giving people a bunch of wallflower albums like this folklore shit, which you already know is pretty much going to clean up at the at the Grammys. That's what I meant to say. This ain't the Grammys. Like, this is not the music industry. It's not the Grammys. You don't have control and ownership over the record industry, which is pretty much going to give you all the damn awards. And it's going to be 3 hours of boringness. So, which is one of the reasons why I won't be watching the Grammys. One of the many. But yeah, nevertheless. So, now in the tweet, in the wake of the tweet, I should say, Hall also went to bat for his close friend as usual because he ain't got nothing else to do. Writing in a string of posts, the writers and networks should be held accountable for treating humans like humans and not allowing them to use someone's personal life as the butt of a joke. Well, honey, what planet are y'all on? There have been many shows that use one-liners that use pop culture references. Have you never seen the Gilmore Girls? That said, he was soon accused of slut-shaming himself after writing, "I can think of quite a few pop stars who run through men/women like it's cardio and no one mentions their names. The double standards are ridiculous." Oh, but the funny thing was, there was some, okay, so now some, what about, oh, so some people, of course, decided to clap back because I was like looking for it. At what he said. They said, supporting his friend by throwing sexist jabs happened Women's History Month, I guess, as one person wrote, but another added, the irony of speaking on slut-shaming when he does the same. Todrick Hall, stop slut-shaming my best friend, a third critic wrote. Also, Todrick Hall slut-shames Taylor has bigger balls than any man I've ever dated. Let's make holding people, writers, networks accountable for treating humans like humans and not allowing them to use someone's personal life as the butt of a joke, is what he wrote. And one of the things I have to say about this one over on the left said, one thing about Todrick, he will run and defend Taylor Swift, but won't speak on how he doesn't pay his black backup dancers and blocks them when they ask for their money. But didn't Miss Thing just buy herself a house with said money? So, yeah, the children are pretty much covered. I'm sure if you go on Black Twitter, you'll see them roasted and Miss Thing. So, what do you have to say about this whole situation? Is it a good thing that Todrick's out here defending Tayonce, or should her personal house slave mind her goddamn business?
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of like, this is tough because, Todrick was just hanging out with my girl, Brandy, as you said, in his new house, and, for the whole Cinderella situation. And so I was on Todrick's side until I wasn't. And, you're slightly
forgiven because he collaborated with Brandy, but she's still problematic.
Right. And I mean, listen, again, just like I said before with the other people, like Todrick Hall, unfortunately, girl, you did this to yourself. Like, no one asked you to open your mouth here. No one, oh, Todrick, what are your thoughts on such and such? Like, no one asked that. Like, you decided to jump on social and speak on behalf of your good Judy, who, you know, to be frank, like,
he's one good big celebrity best friend.
Right. And I've never, and correct me if I'm wrong, all the toddies out there and all the Swifties, you guys could tweet us, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never seen Taylor Swift come out and stand up for Todrick Hall, even when he was going through his sexual allegations, sexual assault allegations from, aside from paying dancers. That's semantics. Neither do Beyonce. I'm talking about the fact that he was accused of sexually assaulting someone, you know, with pictures and all of that stuff. And, you know,
maybe with his former assistant who was now making a living doing OnlyFans. Not that I'm shaming OnlyFans. I'm just saying what he does now. Like, you could pretty much check out his Twitter and see the videos up there.
And yeah, so I just, like I said, I think this was a white grievance. This was a problem for white rural America to deal with. This was little old, you know, white Taylor Swift having her once, because that's current, that's popping right now. If you watch CPAC, that's popular right now with those people. Let's just say those people, you know, and that's what she's doing. And because I'm like, okay, girl, you're crying because, you know, I'm not gonna sit there and, you know, throw the slut word. I think that's not cause for this conversation. I think the conversation is the fact that you get off of the men that you dated, and every woman and music has done that. That's why I love Brandy. She goes through these trials and tribulations, and then she put a amazing album together, like, you know, B7 or 2 whichever one you want to go to. Like Beyonce, I mean, she waited and saved up all of that for Lemonade. But that's what we are here for. And most of the time, when female artists are writing love songs, you're writing about someone that you know. Taylor Swift made it direct and personal. She started with Harry Styles, and then she went on and on and on and on, and list went on, and about 17 guys in the 5 years. Some call that a slut. Some may just say it's dating. I just say it's living. She's living her life, but some people may see it as that. And then there is a double.
Oh, what happened? Oh, I was like, did he get kicked out? Because look, child, I mean, look, you've dated many a boys. She's with an actor by the name of Joe Alwyn. Before that, she was dating, who was it? She was with Calvin Harris. She was with Connor Kennedy. She was with Jake Gyllenhaal. She was with the late Corey Monteith. She was with Lucas Till. She also dated oh my God, what's his name? Not Nick Jonas. Oh my God, what's his name? Joe Jonas. Like, she dated Joe Jonas. Like, she's been with. Yeah, and like you said, she's with she was with Calvin Harris. She was with Harry Styles. She was with Connor Kennedy, Jake Gyllenhaal, Corey Monteith, John Mayer, Lucas Till, Taylor Lautner, Joe Jonas. We could go on and on and on and on and on. Like, and you made so much money writing songs about these men. So I don't understand why you're considered as slut shaming. Like, if somebody writes a one-off shady ass joke, that's what it is. Like, you just had to bring this up. It's a joke.
Yeah.
Take it what, like, don't give energy. Like, you're giving energy to something that doesn't need that type of energy. Just move on from it. So, like I said, I didn't care about this story until Todrick jumped in. When Todrick jumped in, I was like, okay, I got to say something. But of course, you know, people had to remind him also that, remember, once upon a time, he did come for Kim Kardashian when, you know, Kanye and her were having a situation with Taylor Swift, and they've been going back and forth with that for years. And, you know, he went and remember, I think we talked about it on, I don't remember what I talked about. It was on one of my shows. He says, after your Ray J video and publicly documenting every crevice of your vagina, huh?
So you got too many shows.
Oh yeah, I know. It's hard to keep track of them. He says, after your Ray J video and publicly documenting every crevice of your vagina, I highly doubt that you're embarrassed now to respond to this. So, Todrick said many of things, and you know what? Sometimes when you do a good damn reading is fundamentals, I like to say. And then he's jumping in saying, also, she hasn't dated a crazy amount of people. The joke makes no sense. No, it's just the fact that it made plenty of sense and it was funny. And like Wendy Williams said, I like what Wendy Williams said, people get mad over putting their name in your mouth. If they say your name, that means you're important. Look, it means you're going to trend. Keep my name in your mouth. Well, gristle my mill.
I just think that Todrick, like I said, he did it to himself. The community, we have an issue with him, with the whole, and I think that says a lot about us than it does about him.
The way he perpetrates black stereotypes, the way he also perpetrates black and gay stereotypes in his music and his videos.
Right. And I don't think that that's fair criticism, because there are a lot of people who tend to use us as stereotypes. I think with Todrick, I think he's an easy target, and I'm gonna go all the way back to even something fond of, but I gotta go because this show we're gonna talk about it. The one and only librarian by the name Adrian Expression. Those that go on YouTube a lot, you guys know who he is. And if you ever watched this clip, girl, I'm talking about it. But she went viral, the Adrian Expression, for the back off that he did with and to the point where Todrick actually called him, and at that time it was him, the King of Reeds, Justin, and they were both dogging Todrick. That was around that time, like you said, when people were calling him out for the whitewashing of it all and to use us stereotypes and stuff like that, which is fair, but we got to keep that same energy for a lot of the girls that are out there, not just Todrick, but there are a lot of people for. And I just think ever since then he's been a punching bag, and like I said, he called and they made up for what it was. And I just think he's an eating bag. People don't like him, and once you have that narrative set around you already, as we always talk about, like once that narrative is painted, just the narrative is painted with Nene Leakes and Tamar, people automatically run with that. Jussie Smollett, like whatever is painted about these people, the narrative is painted about Todrick. So, and then now when him coming out defending a white girl, that being Taylor Swift, who the black community already had a big asterisk next to because of her placating, and I guess I see it from a different lens, because I feel like, it's one thing for her to stand up politically. She does the whole stand up for democracy in Tennessee, vote, blah, 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 which is great. It didn't work, but, it's good to see her advocating. But then on the other side, like I said, before I got chopped off by the internet gods, it probably was hers. Probably was the Swifties. I was saying, like, she has yet to defend Todrick for all of those issues. Like, for what we just said, the stereotyping and all of that. Like, he's coming out here defending you when she already defended herself. So it's totally different for, like, let's say she never said anything and someone else picked up the joke and it just went viral and whatever. But she said something head on. Leave it like it is, Todrick. Why did you have to add to it? Because now
you wanted attention.
And I honestly, but that, and I honestly think
so it makes me look at what is the true what is the status on their relationship, I guess is the word I'm trying to, like, what kind of, like, is it a one-sided friendship? Because it seemed like you more or less a groupie trying to infiltrate the Swift compound, and Taylor Swift don't see you like that. She just see you like another one of them tchotchkes that she like to collect, like all these other celebrity friends that she has. So to me, that's what it's giving me. I don't necessarily know if y'all are as close and besties as you say this, because remember the last album she did, not the folky one where she thinks she's like the white Ani DeFranco, the one where she was all of a sudden she likes gay people and she want to put every damn drag queen she could think of in their music videos, and all of a sudden she acknowledged homosexuals exist on this planet and decided to put them in her videos and her music and all this other stuff because she needs our dollars. And you're always late when it comes to
I see where you're going with it, and I do see it as her placating and patronizing us. That's why I said like she did that because the way the country was. Like, she knows most of her fans are white. So she's like, well, listen, I gotta look out for my people, who happens to be, I guess, Todrick and wherever are there. And that was her. Like, did it work? I don't think so, because people are still, Tennessee is still Republican, so it didn't work. But it did her a lot of press, like you said. And that's that. Like, what we're talking about is subjective. Like, you can either love the video or you can hate the video, because we see the real tea in that she's using these gays just to up. But then again, it's at the same time, like I said, like, we do need allies. We cannot do this on our own as a gay culture. We are not big enough. We are not strong enough. We are not united enough to sit there and say, we don't need Taylor Swift. We don't need Cardi B. In theory, yes, we want to do it on our own. But in IRL, in real life, like, we have to collectively come together, and we have to work with allies. But we could do that and still hold them accountable. And I think I hope that's what we're trying to do, and not necessarily like, because this is where it becomes, let me stop myself. Can use that. I don't like people using it, the whole cancel culture, because it's not even that. It's really Todrick, and people feel like, and people are right to hold them accountable. Like, listen, this is not your fight. And that's what we're saying, Todrick. It's not your fight. And he's probably, yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's my fight because that's my friend. No, we're not saying do not fight. We're saying this is not your fight. And that's what you need to realize. Choose your battle. And that's why I think he felt, girl, this is not your battle. This is white grievance. You know what's going to happen? Watch Netflix take that part out. Watch Netflix, they're going to delete that part, or they take it off the whole streaming thing, which means grievance got her white grievance got heard. Meanwhile, black lives still don't matter.
Well, I hope that they don't buckle under the pressure, because that's always the problem. It's like, okay, someone's upset, and then not on Netflix, but so many other people. Well, we're sorry that we offended you, and I can't remember which network did it, but there wasn't a story recently where a celebrity was upset over something, and then they just removed the scene or whatever the case. Or they, like, we've been seeing a lot of shows removing stuff from their content, which is upset a lot of people. And then they now I remember, there was on Hulu, I think I brought up, there's oh my God, which season was it? I think it was the season of Drag Race with Bianca Del Rio. They removed the bridal episode because there was some stuff that had transpired between one of the black guys that was on there. He had a problem with I guess getting dressed up in a women's gown and getting put in makeup that was made to look metallic, and he was partnered with oh my God, I forgot her damn one of the queens on the show. Like, all of a sudden I'm drawing a blank. That was her signature. I'm sure y'all figure it out if you who are watching, write it in the comments. But anyway, so there was a whole controversial thing around. So they removed the entire episode because I forgot. I think somebody I know was watching it, and I'm like, wait, my roommate was watching it while he was working out. And I was like, well, wait, what happened to the scene? So all of a sudden I wrote it on Facebook, what happened with it. It fanned out, and all of a sudden people came back and started telling me what was going on. And I'm like, well, people are going to tune in and watch Drag Race and not going to know the history of this thing or what happened with that episode. And this is going to constantly come up. So removing things doesn't solve the issue, in my opinion. Of one person gets upset or somebody turns out to be homophobic, you're going to just remove stuff. I think maybe what should happen is, not in this case, but in the Drag Race thing, put a disclaimer up. Let us know that this situation is what it is before you go in and watch it. Now, when people go back and watch these old episodes who've never seen Drag Race before, are going to be, wait, why did it skip from episode 11 to episode 13? What happened to episode 12? So it messes up the series. But this whole thing with Jenny and Georgia, I hope they don't remove that scene, because it's funny and it is what it is. People, I mean, and then if they do remove this, then it's a slippery slope of, well, then what, some celebrity, you're going to say something else and this person's going to get mad and we got to remove things. So now we can't tell jokes anymore. Now we can't do self-deprecating humor. And stuff like it's just getting ridiculous. But I also want to point out, like you said, we need gay allies. I'm all for the gay allies if it's authentic. Like I need authentic people who really are about it and not just trying to jump on for the sake of, oh, I got a new album coming out, I got a new movie. So because I did bring up on my podcast, 1 in 6 U.S. adults aged 18 to 23 identifies as LGBTQ. So a lot of the Generation Z is have a lot more people coming out of the closet and being being more comfortable in their own skin versus Generation X and the generations before that. So we do need those allies, but slowly but surely, like there's more people that's coming out and identifying as part of the queer community. So I'm pretty much excited about that. We got to wrap up the show soon, so we got 15 minutes left.
Right. I just want to say, like, because you bring up a good point, and right conversation is about this whole currently today, the thing that's trending. I didn't want to put it on here because it's not, but that you brought up the whole like taking thing. I agree with you to an extent with that. Like I think that, like, you always says there's levels to things. Like I agree as like what you say with the Bianca Del Rio, even this situation with Taylor Swift, I wouldn't mind them. I mean, that's not that. The Taylor Swift thing is not an issue compared to the Bianca Del Rio other about when she did the whole that from my head to her, that one, like when she took that whole out and and switched it, changed it because it would offend the girls.
Are you talking about oh girl, you got she-mail and then went and changed it to she done already had hers? Is when I actually said what you should have did was maybe what she should have did was sound, where they have the sirens go, oh girl, you could just left it like that. That sheet already, that's part just sounds stupid to me. You could just like, ooh girl, with the alarms in the background, and that would have alarmed the girls to run over and see what's on the thing. You could have left it that way, because I remember they started doing it like that back when they got rid of you got she-mail, which I get was a play on words for Tyra mail. But of course, with people being all sensitive, but these words are problematic, and I'm like, it's a play on words. But I get that when you say certain things, it can be triggering for certain people. So in order for us not to be offensive, we just changed it.
But you gotta understand, like it's and I hate to keep going back trying to correct you, because I'm not trying to correct you. It's just a sense of just we have to like look at it from the other person's perspective. Like I get you're not sensitive, and it's just like, but the something that affects the trans community, which is already marginalized, doing that kind of already continue to push them further. And I think the difference between like us men and being a transgender is that we live our lives, feeling like we're in the wrong body. Like that's a whole different conversation, a whole different psychosis to live with. And and maybe as I got older,
I'll never know and I'll understand what that is like. But
absolutely. So it's just
but
like,
but I will say this, I do empathize, because I don't want people on here accusing me of being transphobic because I said that it was a play on words and people are sensitive. I know sometimes when I say things, I come at it from an unfiltered point of view. But
yeah,
I'm from an era where you would just say all kinds of crazy, twisted, like my sense of humor is a bit out of whack. So
but that's okay, Chris. Like that's okay. Like it's not saying that that's a bad thing. Like there are a lot of people I know a lot of people like you. It's just a sense of
I know you're not saying it's okay. I'm just saying this because I don't want people who are watching the video to be thinking a certain way, and then all of a sudden accusations come out. It's like, bitch, you don't know me. You don't know that I have a lot of trans friends and I go on the bat for a lot of trans people. So if y'all want to come up in here and start making accusations about shit, it's like, oh, he transphobic. You could eat a bunch of. Okay, let me shut up, because then all of a sudden I'm gonna start going into a territory that I don't need to go into. So,
but point being is just
shout out to my trans people,
right? That and just continue to put yourself on other people. It's empathy. That's what it is. It's not even. It's empathy, and clearly, this non-PC culture that we became in the past 5 years. it got us in this situation where, you know, because before we weren't having these conversations, because before we weren't thinking about how do we interact with people. And, you know, I mean, listen, the only thing that's constant is change. And as humans, we hate dealing with change, but we need it. It's in order to evolve, we have to change. So, and that's just where we are. Like, get with the times or get left behind. But let's get to this influencer versus the influenced. And
yes, did you get the last photo that I sent you? Check the messages, honey, because you need to put that one in there. Yes, the influencer versus the influence. So we have Madonna and everyone from Gaga, Britney Spears, Beyonce, Rihanna, Adele, Kanye, Ariana Grande, Kim Kardashian. Like, the list is endless. I said all that this could span beyond. Oh yeah, Troye Sivan and Nelly Furtado. Even though I always say that Loose sounds like a Madonna record if Madonna was to do it. And when you listen to Hard Candy sounds like a Nelly Furtado record, which is bizarre. But you could clearly hear that the influences are there. Now, I know this caused a lot of controversy on my Facebook, because, you know, I'll be posting stuff just to see how people are feeling, get a rise out of y'all. And a lot of times it works. I'm glad y'all like, you know, the controversial stuff, and I get to bring people in. But you know what? I know someone created a photo that basically stated that people were influenced by, well, they basically crossed Madonna's face out and had, what was it? Grace Jones, Tina Turner, and Janet Jackson as the real influencers. And it's like, in so many ways, I'm sure a lot of these girls were influenced by like, if you look at Beyonce was heavily influenced by Tina Turner, as well as Diana Ross and so many other people. Beyonce was influenced, but if you look at past articles, Beyonce has also said that Madonna set the blueprint, we follow it. So when you look at how Madonna has changed the game regarding storytelling on a stage, having a first act, a second act, sometimes they do 3 acts or 4 acts. So Madonna set the standard in regards of how you put on a show on stage. In regards to music videos, it was Michael Jackson, Madonna, and Prince. That was a triple trifecta. Yes, Janet Jackson has had many influences in a lot of ways, but I really feel like because of the controversy with the Super Bowl and stuff, her career has suffered in a lot of ways because of that. Madonna's always found ways to try, to rise above, the triumphs and the trials and tribulations and stuff that was going on in there. So yes, Beyonce so many of these girls were influenced by a lot of these, so many other artists. Not just one artist makes up an entire situation. However, Madonna is the one who is like, if you ask a lot of these girls from Gaga, I think she has said that in so many ways she has been influenced by Madonna. I mean, you see it in their work. And Ariana Grande, she always praises Madonna in a lot of ways in regards of that. Christina Aguilera, Britney. Britney was influenced by Madonna, as well as Janet Jackson and so many others. Adele even said that I think her 19 album was influenced by Madonna. So many of these girls have been influenced by her. Madonna has touched, has tackled every genre of music, from pop to hip hop to EDM to house music to spoken word. Even her recent album was fado music from music from Brazil and stuff. So yeah, so that's all I got to say on that. So I know a lot of this might be a little controversial, but you cannot say that out of almost 40 years in the game that she has not influenced a lot of these young girls. Let's move on to the next video, the next picture of the influence. Oh, do you have anything to say on the influencer versus the influence, Mr. Parker? Before we get to the next photo? Child even had Justin Bieber in there and Drake.
You know what? I agree with this photo. Let me look at it again. Hold on.
And Kylie Minogue's in there too.
Yeah, so we got, let's see the influence. Yeah, we got a lot of girls here that were influenced by Madonna. Got Missy Elliott, Dua Lipa,
Cardi B.
Yeah, Cardi, Drake, Sam Smith, Lizzo,
Little Kim,
Hilton. Kim
Oh, yeah,
Kardashian.
but remember, I don't know. Well, I always thought Kim Kardashian was influenced by Cher with her overall look, but Kim doesn't sing. Kim, I mean, Paris did. Paris did put out an album, and I think she just released another single a couple of weeks ago.
And that's Demi Lovato next to Paris. And then wait, Kylie Jenner too, and Kanye. Wait a minute.
Hey. Well, Kanye did work on Madonna's Heart, and no, not what was the album? Rebel Heart. He worked on a couple of songs from that album. He worked on Holy Water, and he did some production on a couple of other songs. But I do remember because she has a line in the that song that states "Yeezy loves my pussy best." So that's it's a very controversial song. So,
no, Miss Thing.
Not Yeezus loves my pussy best was the line. I forgot. Not Yeezy.
I am done. But I agree with most of in this photo. Let's go to the next. Ooh. Oh Lord!
Now, this was some shade. This was shady. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna just post this on Facebook, and I just want the girls to just go off." I love sparking a reaction. Jennifer Lopez, they're trying to say influence all of these girls up in here. Everyone from Beyonce, Janet, Mariah, I don't know her, Ashanti, who pretty much, basically her entire throat was all over J-Lo's music.
I'm done.
They even put Selena up in there. I said, y'all tried it.
No, obviously this is the opposite way around. I think J-Lo was influenced by everyone that's on the other side. And I hate to say that about J-Lo. I mean, don't get me wrong, J-Lo is J-Lo. She's a phenomenal talent. She's a performer at heart. Okay, I'm with you, Sailor Maid. Okay, she said, they tried it. Like J-Lo has phenomenal, she's a performer. So I think she's very well-rounded. As an actress. However, girl, like it is, proven through the industry that she's a studio artist. And that's the thing that we have to realize about some of our faves. Some of our faves are studio artists. And that's what we have to realize. And the ones who who are studio artists are the ones who don't do world tours, like a J-Lo, like a Britney Spears. And the list goes on and on. Like, Rihanna. After that 777 tour, girl, that was the last time I ever seen her on the road. Like, forget about it. Like, I'll say
this. J-Lo did do, just to correct you, she did do a world tour. The It's My Party or whatever, when she left the residency and then she started to travel and do like, countries here and there and all the other stuff. But I think what it is that all of these girls in this photo has influenced Jennifer Lopez because Beyonce was already part of Destiny's Child before J-Lo had a record deal. Janet Jackson been making music since 1982. Mariah Carey been making music since 1990. I was in middle school when her album came out and was introduced to me by my teacher, Mr. Lightfoot. He gave me a cassette tape of her debut album, and that was when I fell in love with Mariah because I guess he was like, "Oh, I think you'll like her." And then I listened to the album, wore that damn tape out. We wouldn't know who J-Lo is. Her career would not have catapulted if she didn't do Selena. Brandy was making music before J-Lo. So all these other girls had careers in so many ways before Jennifer Lopez. Is that Nicki Minaj in the corner?
I think so.
Who did she? How? No, J-Lo was not influenced by Nicki Minaj. Like, I don't even know why she's in there. And yes, J-Lo is Janet's understudy because remember, she started out in Janet Jackson's music video and I think performed on the European leg of her tour, on the Janet tour, and then left because she had an acting role that she was doing. I think it was during the time she was doing Selena. So Jennifer Lopez is someone who, look, she is a good businesswoman. She looks flawless at 51. She always looks great when she walks on a red carpet or down the runway or wherever. Like she's definitely, her fashions are always, for the most part, on point. She definitely works her ass off when she's on. Like she does, she works her ass off giving you a good show. I will say that she's an amazing performer. However, her music now is not as influential as she had a couple of great hits back in the day, but she has never been like someone that we could look at that, okay, as an artist, what is it that you have to say to the people that are listening to your music? What are you an influence in that way? Like when you listen to a Madonna, when you listen to a Beyonce, when you listen to a lot of these artists, these are people that really take the time to put together a quality amount of work and have something to say with their music. What are you trying to say with your music? Or you just throwing singles at us at the wall, and whichever one sticks works for you. But you always just great in the videos.
I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. J-Lo does. She puts out singles and see what works. You know, it's not that she doesn't have talent. She has amazing talent. She's an amazing performer. She's an incredible dancer. I just think she's trying to do it all, and no one's good at everything. And I think that she needs to find her niche and stick to it, whether it be fashion, dance. You know, she needs to figure it out. Movies, films.
Dancing and acting.
You can't do it all. You can't do it all. And someone needs to pull her aside and tell her that you cannot do it all. Period. Beyonce, she knew she couldn't make it in Hollywood as an actress. So what she do? She started doing voiceovers. And then from there, she said, you know what? I'm going to take over the whole fucking soundtrack. Come here, Lion King. And then she did her thing like that. She sticks to what works. J-Lo, you have your feet in too many things, and that's why like it's hard for people to follow you. 1 minute you're singing "Dream On" at the New Year's Eve performance. Next week you're on the balcony of the Capitol, sitting there singing a Gloria Estefan song. Like it's like we don't know what like you said. Where is she? Like what is she the most passionate about aside from her children? Like what we're trying to do is understand J-Lo's aesthetic. Like what if you sit there and say, like you said, like what can we label J-Lo aside from she's a performer, but she doesn't want to be in that realm. She wants to be a performer, she wants to be an actress, she wants to be a business mogul, she wants to be a television producer, a movie producer, a TikTok star, like and you're not good at everything. No one is. So I think it's a matter of that. Like no one's saying that J-Lo doesn't have talent. What we're saying is that you arted, but from us doing research, we found out that you're just covering songs. And in theory, that's still a talent too. That's not like you can't sing. That's the industry. How many people cover songs for each other and one person write this song for another? That's the industry. And we could, you know,
a lot of people say that J-Lo can't sing. She can carry a tune. Now, if you sit there talking about, and she's had, she's taken the vocal lesson, she's gotten way better than she was in the beginning. Like I remember seeing that audition tape, like, girl, what are you doing? But you know what? She's figured out how to make her instrument work for her. And one thing I don't like when it comes to certain people, when they say things, they expect when they talk about singers that you need to sound like a Monica, you need to sound like a Pink, or you need to sound like a Whitney Houston. Everything singing doesn't always equate to being a vocalist. There are performers, and then there are singers. And a lot of times when you look at singers, 9 times out of 10, they can't even hold court on a stage and give us a good performance. I love Mariah. She is a vocalist. She is an amazing singer. She 5-octave vocal range, but on stage, she's a mess. So everybody has their strengths. Just throw a couple of background dances around her, make her look good. But we've seen the performances. But I agree with you when you were saying that about J-Lo. Like to me, J-Lo, I look at her and it's just like, these are great things that you have on your resume, going to the White House and singing at Biden's inauguration, performing at the Super Bowl. What was it that she did recently that we were talking about? Like, all these different things. These are great milestones that you have. These are great things to put on your resume. But at the end of the day, these are things that you get to say, these are great stories you'll get to tell to your grandkids. However, you want to have something where it's like, what is that one thing that I want people to remember me by? Or how have I made my mark on the world? Instead of people say, oh, she always looks pretty. Girl, anybody can look pretty with the right amount of, stylists and nutritionists and all these other people that you employ. But you always want to have that thing where, as an artist, where you want to be able to leave your mark on the world and say, what is the most important thing you want to be remembered by? That's all. So yeah, that's what I want to mention.
I agree. And hopefully J-Lo listens. Like hopefully, not, and I doubt it. I doubt she'll listen because she got Dina in her ear, and he's keep hyping her up. So, but right, it's like BJ Coleman, who was just one Vivica Fox, like, just, you know, no shade, but hey, the girls got me in. Is that like that? I hope that she can see the consensus, but I just doubt it because I feel like J-Lo, her head is so gassed that she feel like she could do anything, and I think she looks at her, she doesn't see her failures, and that says a lot about her. But you know, I just don't think she deserves the flack that she gets. That's all. And there are a lot of artists in this industry who cover for others, and it doesn't mean that they're not talented. You know, I mean, again, that's subjective. You know, and I just think that, you know, I didn't get the respect.
Covering in which way? You mean
deserves.
like the whole thing with Ashanti and all the other stuff?
Yeah, exactly. Ashanti and J-Lo even written songs. There were songs that were supposed to went for Brandy, and J-Lo took.
Yeah,
because you know, you got artists and labels.
Louboutin song. It was a Louboutin song, which I believe J-Lo performed on the Ellen show. But I'm like, I heard the demo with Brandy's voice on it. And that's what they do. Like a lot of times when you sing someone's song, they'll take the vocals from the demo and it's an overlay. They'll lay it over the other person's vocals to give it a fuller vocal. Yeah, she's a Leo, so is Madonna. I was gonna say so is Michael, but no, Michael's a Virgo like me. So yeah, Leos are very much egomaniacal and full of themselves. I know a lot of Leos. I got a lot of cousins. My aunt, my father is also a Leo, but he doesn't have an ego on him. I think maybe he saves the ego for the business. But yeah, let's go to the next influencer one. Now this is Tiffany and New York Pollard, and they have a bunch of reality shows in there, including, oh my God, I think I see the Real Housewives of Atlanta. I see Love and Hip Hop. They had the Bad Girls Club up in there. Yeah, it's really hard to, okay, now it's bring that picture in so I can see what those, I see Basketball Wives. Yeah, so is this accurate? Is Tiffany New York Pollard, does she set the blueprint in regards of how we see reality TV? I say yes.
I agree, definitely. I think she has created the blue. Before Tiffany, none of these shows really exist. You know, and real quick, she is also on the T.S. Madison show along with T.S. Madison. And you know, that was a lot for me to deal with because here on this show, just Tiffany and her way she said about the trans community not too long ago on the Zeus network. You know, and as my partner, you know, saying that like sometimes, you know, we have to look at and a whole like retrospective, and you know, clearly if T.S. Madison that was crossing the line, I believe T.S. Madison is, and how she's ready to buck at anyone, then I think she would call her out and hold her accountable. But clearly, you know, when Tiffany said that, you know, I guess T.S. Madison said as just her being Tiffany, and us as a community, we took it very straightforward. She said to them, I think you have a piece, like, you know, and that was where she going with this. And I saw her on, I was like, wait, I don't know if I want to watch it. And I had to sit down and think about it. And I'm like, you know what? You got to look at this in a whole retrospective. Like, okay, she said something about the culture, apologize. And, you know, like I said, Lily T.S. Madison has every right to go on social and attack her, but clearly she's protecting her bag right now. Shit's fine, whatever, we'll let that slide. However, but then you got to look at it as, is Tiffany Pollard, and this is what DJ made me realize, like, is she endorsing any people that's against the community? Is she on stage, orange sociopath, saying, yeah, go kill trans transgenders. Is she like she's not doing that. She's not like the owner of South by Southwest who makes a fortune off of the culture and Black people and everyone that goes to these events, and then yet he donates to anti-LGBTQ charities. Like, that is an issue. But for her, like, we don't know that, and I hope we never do. I hope that never comes out. But she is problematic, and sometimes that worked for reality TV, and so that's kind of how I compartmentalize. And I'm like, you're right. And sometimes we have to look at people as a whole and sit there and say, before we go out and hold them accountable, aka cancel, whatever you want to call it. It's really just accountability. Or do we just sit there and say, you know what? Like I said, she's not Candace Owens. She's not Rob Smith. She's not Silk, Diamond and Silk. You know what I'm saying? Now, if she was, damn right, T.S. Madison, we will be demanding you to say clearly she's not. So I just wanted to say that, because looking at this picture, I'm like, I forgot to bring that up earlier when we were covering T.S. Madison. I do agree with this here about the influencer. I do think she created it. But I just want that. That's all.
Yeah, while you were talking, I was trying to look up because Sailor Mermaid was asking, did Basketball Wives air around the time she became big? And I should say that I Love New York, when she got her spinoff, that aired in 2007. And we're currently in the 9th season of Basketball Wives. So I guess that answers the question. That
right.
Basketball Wives premiered 9 years ago, so it's a relatively new show. I mean, not new. It's just been around for a long damn time. I feel like it's been long in the tooth, and people ain't watching it. So I think it's time for Basketball Wives to sashay away, in my opinion. But yeah,
Wendy Williams' season is good. So I don't know, girl.
Well, there's a requirement for taste. So, Wendy Williams says a lot of things are good, and we watch what she watches, and I'm like, no, ma'am, it's just trash. Like, you like trashy TV. Now, the next one we're gonna do is Aaliyah, and these are the people she's influenced. That would be Drake. I cannot make out who that person is next to him, but I see there's Britney Spears. I see that we got her up in there. Beyonce. Is that Zendaya?
I think so. Let's get closer.
I see Maya's up in there. I think she also influenced Solange. I see Tanashi. Oh yeah, I know a lot of people are watching it for OG, and I like OG, but OG is not enough to drag me back in Basketball Wives. I have set the timer. It's recording on my thing, but I just
that's Chris Brown.
I'm just over
Beyonce,
Evelyn racist ass.
What's her name? It starts with a Z. No, her right.
I do see Solange up in there.
Can you see my mouse?
Oh, I see her. I don't know her.
Right here. What's her name? I forgot her name. She's an artist.
But she definitely influenced Chloe and Halle.
Yeah.
I see Maya up in there. But yes, people do have to give Aaliyah her props. I do see, oh my God, what the hell's her name? We've been talking about her, that she said she was quitting the music business. Tiana Taylor. I see a lot of these girls. So yes, Aaliyah has definitely influenced a lot of people in the way that music has changed. Taking apart the whole thing what she did with R. Kelly. Once she got rid of R. Kelly and got the marriage annulled and all that other stuff, she started doing this futuristic pop hip hop with Timbaland, and Missy was writing a lot of the songs, and she had Static and Major who were up in there that were creating a lot of this content. And it was just, she is definitely, her influence on music is pretty much, you could feel it today, like a way a lot of these girls are doing like alternative hip hop and R&B and stuff. I believe she's also influenced people like Dawn Rashard. Like, her picture should be in there too. So
absolutely. And I also think that if Aaliyah was alive, let's just say there'd be a lot of tight competition on the tree. I ain't going to say that there wouldn't be anyone specific, but the industry would not be what it is right now. I think Aaliyah would be definitely in the two artists of our generation had she been here. I'm ready for the documentary. I'm ready for the fans to finally open the floodgates and allow the fans to celebrate Aaliyah's life, but also I think it's time we get the full story. I do. I think it's time that that the fans get to mourn and grieve what really happened to Aaliyah. We don't know. We have these movies and speculations about was she married, wasn't she married, and I'm not even talking about the plane crash because the crash is such a horrific travesty. Like I'm talking about just her upbringing. I do think that there's a connection from the upbringing to how she got to R. Kelly, and I don't know if that's something that the family wants to expose, but if you don't, somebody in Hollywood will. And I think that's what we're learning from these celebrity documentaries that everyone wants to do now, because if you don't get a chance to tell your own story your way, trust and believe someone else will. And that's
we need a framing Aaliyah, like we got a framing Britney Spears. And like from what I heard, right on the street is we're getting a framing T.I. and Tiny. So that's definitely something that I want to see. Like we need to know
how they frame themselves.
These sexual assault allegations and things. It's coming like 30 women have come out and said something. So it's getting serious. And like I said, T.I. has been fired from the next Ant-Man movie if they ever decide to make one. But we'll see.
I'm sure by the time we come back, we'll have more on that story, because this is just the beginning, guys. And I mean, I don't think this is T.I. thing. I don't know. I think this, like DJ even said, this is going to be something we're going to be looking at for years to come. But definitely by the time we come.
Brandy's photo should be in there also. Brandy's picture should be in there too, because Aaliyah's influenced her as well. She said it. Did you get the other pictures?
No, I didn't. But girl, we gotta wrap up this show. We over 4 hours.
I was gonna say I know, but it was a picture of Foxy Brown, and they were saying that she was influencing a lot of artists, such as, oh my God, I really wish it was in the group chat that I sent you. The picture. Hold on, let me pull that up. I know this is like a long ass video, but yeah, they had a bunch of rappers that half these girls in here I don't even recognize or even know what the hell they are. But yeah, they got Normani, and they had Saweetie, and they had Rick Ross and Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and Eve. I'm like, child, bye. First of all, we all know that it wasn't Foxy Brown that would influence these girls. It was Lil' Kim. Now, yes, Foxy Brown did come up around the same time as Lil' Kim, and they were, there was a clash of the female titans at the time when they were both coming up. There was a feud. But overall, Lil' Kim is the one who influenced a lot of these girls that you see out here today. Foxy Brown put out 2 albums and then vanished. Lil' Kim put out a multitude of records, and her career hasn't recovered since she released, when she did The Naked Truth, and then she went to jail, and then she came out and tried to revive the career, and it just wasn't the same. So, she's out here performing the hits and all that other stuff, and she's doing little fashion lines and stuff, and still showing up on red carpets and front row at Fashion Week. But you can't, even though her career hasn't been able to sustain what it was back in the day, you can't deny that Lil' Kim's influence still doesn't linger over a lot of your faves, whether some of them want to admit it or not.
I agree with, I just don't necessarily know if it's fair to say, and I know this is just your general assessment, but I'm just saying in the sense, like, that there are artists who may be influenced by Foxy Brown, but maybe not as much as I do believe Lil' Kim obviously was the bigger star out of them too. And unfortunately in hip hop, we put women together, pin them against each other, and like they just can't be artists, which is why they had real beef, aside from them sleeping around or those whole stories. But like,
I mean, how Lil' Kim had a whole full-fledged relationship with a married man as a Notorious B.I.G. and Foxy was out here fucking Jay-Z. who wrote a lot of her first album. Yeah, Inga's Marshawn. If y'all check the writing credits, her name is not all over there. Jay-Z, Sean Carter wrote that record.
Right. Yeah, I just, because I like Foxy Brown. I was more of a Foxy Brown fan than I was Little Kim, to be honest with you.
I was a Foxy fan. I was a Foxy fan. I bought her albums and I bought the, oh my God, what was that? Remember she did the Firm album with Trackmasters, where it was just her, it was AZ and Nas. I bought that album.
Yeah, my thing was I like the Il Nana, like that was my like hey, but so, and I like Little Kim too, because Little Kim was just this vixen, like she was video vixen before we had Video Me, like there was no one like Little Kim, like just like and just like I think Foxy Brown held her own too, like because Little Kim was I feel like Little Kim was a part, like I could see Foxy, like when the videos that she did with Jay and stuff like that, like I saw it. And then when Little Kim and Biggie, like at that time you had to have women getting co-signed by men, and I guess I believed it. I fell for both of them. Women and Clyde.
It was a Bonnie and Clyde thing that they were trying to perpetuate because hip hop and gangster culture and all the other stuff was pretty much playing. And she would be the female rapper would be the gangster mall, or that you always had to have that one female amongst the men. So when you had Terror Squad, the only female in the game was basically Remy Ma, or you had Footmo Squad, it was Rod Digger. When you had Junior Mafia, it was Little Kim. And then when you had, the crew that we were talking about with Trackmasters, when you had the Firm, it was Foxy Brown was by herself with all these other men. So that was the thing, how it was in those days. But I think the reason why Kim's career managed to thrive and Foxy's didn't was because Fox didn't have the greatest reputation in the industry. She had a nasty attitude. She was difficult to work with. She's also a Virgo, which, damn, you're making my sign look bad. But, we are a moody bunch.
Right. I agree. But I also want to say, I mean, unfortunately, I wish that I don't think she can hear now, Foxy's. I don't know if she could even make a comeback, but it would be nice to see what she could come up with.
Yeah. And then I don't know, this industry is so fickle now. It's like, especially in America, we disrespect our icons. We have no respect for the icons who have paved the way for a lot of your currents to even have a career. And just the overall disrespect that we get from so many of the younger generations who don't respect their elders, it baffles me. But on that note, we need to wrap up the show because we've been doing, I don't know how, but Wednesday Night Kiki always turns out to be a 3.5 to 4 hour show. It's literally a visual podcast. So for those of you that have been tuning in, thank you for your comments. Joshua had Dijon who popped in, Sailor Mermaid. Thank you always for following us. I didn't even know if you even knew how to follow us on here because this is not even on my this is not on the regular Chris Avalon YouTube. So I'm glad you popped in and you watched the stream and followed the Wednesday Night Kiki show because this is separate from the other stuff. So thank you all for watching. We'll probably be back next week. Are we?
Wait, before we go,
we're supposed to take a little break, but things just apparently the gods, the internet gods don't want us to. They just keep pulling us in.
Mm-hmm. So before we go, I want to show you this. So, and I guess you can use this for your show on Saturday. But the girls are fighting, honey. The drag queen girls. So this is what I saw on Reddit. And basically, Candy Muse decided to share a screenshot of the text message between her and Got Mick. And Got Mick, as you can see below, got a little PO'd, honey, and because she shared the text here, and Got Mick said, "Don't text without asking." OMG. So it hit my Reddit feed, and I thought I wanted to share it with you. I don't know if this is a Kiki or was Got Mick just a little peeved because, I mean, I would be too if I'm texting someone and then they go and share it on social. It's like, girl.
Yeah. I don't even know what the whole origin of this, or the context of the text is, but I do agree with that if I'm having a private conversation, like if we're good friends, like you and I, for example, if we're having a conversation, or like with, you know, me and Lindsay and Remy are and we have, you know, a little something where we talk amongst ourselves. You and I have a group chat along with your partner, DJ, and if we saying some shit and you posted it on here and vice versa, I would be upset, because it's like, you have people that are following us that, well, I'm not saying like it's some fakery or whatever, but when you watch Drag Race, Candy Muse, Tina Burner, and Got Mick are sort of like the new Rolaska Tots, as some people are saying on Drag Race, but they're calling like the poor man's version. So there's this perception that you two are good Judies, or all three of you are good friends. Now, if you go and post something like this on there, Candy already has a bad reputation amongst the trolls on social media, where every little thing she says and every little move she makes, y'all want to come for her, and y'all want to be mean, and you want to throw shots and say negative stuff. And, you know, there's the narrative of, okay, so you have, you know, especially when it comes to queens of color who are dragged on social media, the racism that goes on within the Drag Race community. So you're setting yourself up to be dragged, or people who are looking at this and like, oh, is there some fighting going on amongst the girls? Right. And automatically they're going to take the side of Gottmik, because Gottmik has a better reputation on Drag Race than Candy Muse does. So you're opening up a can of worms that put you in a position where it's like, well, damn, bitch, I can't even talk to you. I can't trust you. Like, what is the origin of this fight? And, you know, people love taking sides when it ain't got nothing to do with them. So, and we've already talked about how the fans of Drag Race are when it comes to beefs and drama, and how loyal they are and how fixated they are on stuff.
I think we spoke about it last week with the whole, and I need to probably put sister thing. Like, it's an ongoing issue. It really is. But I do think, you know, you asked me last time about, do you think that these celebrities and drag queens, or RuPaul, shall you say, have a responsibility to put the message out there? And I do think so. I said it last hour, and I'll say it again. Like, you know, you become a celebrity, you are. So we can hate Candy Muse all we want, but death threats is a whole nother conversation. Like, and, you know, I think Candy Muse, she'll get over it. You know, she'll move past this, but what you can't is death threats. And that says a lot about them than it does about us, but we need our fan base. And that goes to done, because celebrities need them. You need your fans. You don't want to check the people that's paying your rent, but these people are attacking someone that you had an issue with and you handle it already, and people are still attacking this person. Then you need to, yo, guys, chill. It's not that hard to do that. It's not that hard to go on Twitter and say, guys, you're my fans, chill. That's it. That's it. Like, I mean, it's not that hard. It's just that a statement saying that, well, at least she said something, and then we won't say, you know, the latter. Like, you know, it's just it's that simple. I mean, we're not celebrities. You know, we can walk out our house and go do laundry without being on OK Magazine in the next hour. Like, we can do that. You know, so I think, again, we got to put ourselves in these shoes. But you're right. You know, Candy Muse has a bad connotation, and that's because of the way TV is. And again, like I said earlier about the narrative with Nene, Tamar, the list goes on and on. Like, once that narrative is painted, forget about it. And the rest of it is post Drag Race. Candy has to people that she's a good person, and I think she is. You know, I mean, if not, it'll come out like it did with Sherry Pie. You know, if she's this horrible person, then let the chips fall.
And once the show, and once the show is wrapped, she's going to have to deal with the ongoing bullying after the show is done, because, well, once we stop watching in real time, because certain other people will get to watch it. They're not watching it like how we're watching, because a lot of people don't have VH1. A lot of people don't have these things. So, you know, we hear ongoing situations where queens are saying that they're still getting, you know, dogged and dragged because people are watching. What was it? Fifi O'Hara, who, you know, goes by Jeremy, has said that he still gets stuff on his Twitter in regards of his time on Drag Race. And this was like, what, 7 years ago, 8 years ago? He's still getting it because people are discovering the episodes and the seasons for the first time. And look, now all the episodes of Drag Race about to end up on Paramount Plus. So it's going to keep going. It's going to be on and on and on. But one thing I want to say before we wrap up the show, I will most likely be doing an On the Line on Saturday, so tune in for that. Probably around 5 or 6. I don't know necessarily the time, so it'll be around that time. There's because they're going to announce, and I don't know if it'll happen during the podcast because the podcast is live on Saturday, but they're supposed to announce the queens that are going to appear on Drag Race Down Under. So I want to have the pictures and everything of the queens that are going to be on there, and then I'll bring up my opinion on that. But it was announced earlier today that comedian Reese Nicholson, I'm not familiar with his work, but out comedian Reese Nicholson will be joining the judges of RuPaul's Drag Race Down Under to critique the queens alongside Rue and Michelle Visage. So it'll be interesting if they actually, I think it'd be good if they did like maybe 3 judges. So it's sort of like Rue, Michelle, and then Reese, and then you bring on a celebrity judge. There'll be 4 people up there. I think that'd be a much interesting thing rather than having how y'all been doing, where we got to have 2 comedians and you alternate them. Like, no, just have him on there, and then you just bring in a guest judge. Like, allegedly, Kylie Minogue is supposed to be on the season, or what's her name, Courtney Act, or whoever is a popular celebrity from Australia and New Zealand. So yeah, Saturday I most likely will be jumping on the line, and then we'll cover that story among any and also whatever interesting breaking news stories that comes out over the weekend that I won't be able to cover on the podcast. So definitely tune in for that. Also follow my podcast, which is on the Chris Avalon Show. Just look it up on Stitcher, iTunes, Apple Music, iHeartRadio. They're all there. Basically, you can catch up on all the entertainment news and LGBT news that you may have missed throughout the week. So, yes, I'm a busy bitch besides this show. And then I got my show with Lindsay and Remy coming soon as well. That'll be in the spring once we wrap this show.
All right. All right, guys. So thank you everyone for tuning in to this long and messy show. We will be back in a couple of weeks. So follow us at WNKIKITV. As Chris said, he'll be hopping on the line. You guys can follow me at Host Chat Live. You can follow me at DTA Podcast. See me pop in on YouTube, one of those channels as well, in between our break. But yeah, so we'll be back in a couple of weeks. We may pop in because next week is the Grammys. So we may come in next week, Wednesday, and do a quick 20-minute 30 kiki with you guys. Just a quick kiki. That we might call it that, the quick kiki. But and just cover, because I think it'd be interesting to talk about the Grammys. I want to see what people are wearing. I want to see who's performing. And this is award season, guys. So definitely keep on the lookout for that. The Oscars are in April. I think following the Grammys is the set and so forth, the critic choice and all that stuff. Too much to cover, but I would like to talk about the Grammys. So we'll see what happens. And if anything, keep it locked here on Wednesday Night Kiki, guys. And when we go live, you'll get the notification. Put us in your notification button. Click the notification button on Twitter. I think Facebook has notification, and YouTube definitely has one. So make sure you keep us locked there so that way you can find out when we go live. But yeah, I want to thank everyone for watching. See you soon. And yeah, I'm exhausted. So yeah. Bye.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of work doing the show. So yeah, you and me both. So until next time. Bye. See you. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope she does get the help that she needs. I mean, I know Sunny says that this conservatorship, she may not be able to get out of it because no one has ever done it. But you know what? Like I always say, there's a first time for everything. So maybe she will get out of it.
I agree. I mean, the reason why it's never been, challenged is no one ever challenged it. So it's not that it can't happen. It's just there's no record in the law that shows that it's possible. Like, but like everything, no one said. People said Obamacare and gay marriage impossible. You just have the right case. The right people put the right case out there. Clearly, she's cognitive, so like she's I mean, I don't know. I can't even think of anyone, but she's not, she can't. She could think for herself, basically. Like, so whatever the kind of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
No, whatever the father is trying to do is clearly has to do with. I think the father really wanted to. I think that's what it was. I don't even think it has anything to do with mental health because like clearly. I mean, okay, yeah, she I according to the documentary, she clearly was dealing with some postpartum, which obviously is very common for new moms. So
after they have children.
So, the media obviously took
people forget what the umbrella came from and all that stuff.
And the media got the best of it. So and that's just kind of how it snowballed from there.
Yeah, because the paparazzi pissed me off too. They were like, "Oh well, we didn't know that she was going so much because she didn't say anything." I'm like, couldn't tell by her fucking witch. Like, are you dumb? So to me, I'm like, you guys were not interested in her mental health. You didn't care about her. You didn't care about